Uhuru, everybody. Touch one. Touch one. Uhuru. Uhuru. So we had a great march yesterday, didn't we? Uhuru. Round of applause to everybody. Uhuru. Uhuru. We had amazing, powerful speeches by African mothers from all over this nation with one thing in common, which is the state touched them deeper than it can ever be touched. They took their children away, that the state took their children away, and they stood together, united with the African community all around, coming together from all over these different states, Texas, Florida, Alabama, New York, New Jersey, everywhere, coming together, Pennsylvania, to unite with these African mothers. We marched all the way to the White House, and we let Obama and Hillary know that they can't hide. We charge them with genocide. We charged them with genocide. We were right there in front of that White House, and Black was back that day. Uhuru! So much that they had to have snipers on the roof of the White House because they were that afraid of Black people rising up and fighting and forwarding the fight for self-determination, for Black power. Uhuru! Uhuru! Uhuru. So I just want to appreciate everyone for coming here today to the convention. We are going to talk about a lot of powerful things that's going to be happening because, as we know, those two choices out there, Hillary and Trump, do not have anything for African people in the agenda for the next 4 years other than more mass incarceration, pushing more drugs into our community, more assassinations of our children on playgrounds, in their beds, going to school, and so on and so on. That's all they have in their agenda, and we have a different story in our agenda, right? Uhuru? We have self-determination in our agenda. Uhuru! We have peace in our agenda. Uhuru! We have the fight for reparations in our agenda for the next 4 years. Uhuru! Uhuru. Uhuru. One moment. Uhuru. So now next we have the leader of the Black is Back Coalition, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, to give the declaration. Round of applause. Uhuru!
Uhuru, Uhuru, brothers and sisters. First of all, let me just express my appreciation to everybody who is here and to welcome you to this second and last day of the Black People's Convention for the adoption of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. I first would like to express and recognize rather the hard work that was done by everybody involved in this process that made it possible for us to be here. I have to especially send a shout out to the brothers and sisters right here in Washington, D.C. You did just incredible work. I know you had to fight all kinds of demons just to get the permits for the parks and the permits for the march, and they would delay telling us whether or not we were going to have access to the park, and they weren't sure if there was going to be construction going on, and after all, an inauguration was going to be happening sometime soon, so maybe we wouldn't be able to get here. And so it was only at the last moment that we actually got the permits. And you know what happened subsequent to that. We got the permit, and in the middle of the march, just as we begin to march, we get notice that, well, we actually can't do it after all, because we are told that they heard that there was a guy with a gun and a knife that was in the park, so they were shutting the park down, and just madness. And then the next thing we got was the anarchists had occupied the space that we were supposed to have, and therefore we had to go to another park. They damn sure did not want us across the street from the White House, right? And these brothers and sisters just did great work here in Washington, D.C. They fought all those battles, and they did everything they could to notify people in the area that we were going to be here. So I want to express appreciation for that. Also, I want to acknowledge the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice. And I want to do that for a number of reasons. It's been mentioned that this is the 8th year that we've been involved with this coalition. And when we started this coalition, it was an interesting kind of response from a variety of African people, whether they would participate in the coalition. Because we announced that the first action that we were going to do, we formed this coalition on September 12th, I think it was, 2009. Obama had been in office for maybe 9 months or something like that. And so we said that the first action we were going to do is march on the White House. And there were some Africans whom we've known for a long time. Some we've worked with since the 1960s. Some had earned reputations as being magnificent revolutionaries and what have you. And when we said we were going to march on the White House, they freaked out. And so from that sector, all kinds of madness. One brother in New York who protested when we were doing the state convention in New York, the New York State Convention, he said that he cussed me out, Alton Maddox. You know, when I called him to ask him to be a part of this, I mean, we opened it up to everybody who wanted, every organization that considered itself an organization for self-determination and against imperialism should be a part of this coalition. So we reached out to him. We reached out to another comrade that we've been working with since the 1960s. And he talked to me for 2 hours and didn't say a damn thing except they weren't participating. And of course, the big thing was Obama. And I'm offended in many ways by this. And some people pretend to be neutral around the question of Obama, and which is the same stance as uniting with Obama. And some people would say stuff to us like, well, the masses are following Obama, therefore we have to do the same thing. And that's what we used to call tailing the masses. Now, you don't need a leader if the only thing the leader is going to do is follow everybody and then somehow just run and get in front of the direction that the people are going anyway. So that's not leadership. We had national, great, well-renowned national leaders saying, let's give the brother a chance, right? And they would pretend not to, and sometimes it wasn't pretext. And this is what is so problematic, because we've got people who are leading and do not understand the nature of the system itself. They think the system is determined by the person who is there. So if you go to your bank and they have another person who is at the teller's window tomorrow, that doesn't mean the bank has changed, the policy has changed. You can't get the money that you want and need just because they got somebody else there. The bank is still there, the same institution. And that's what it is with this institution here. So this coalition, I thought, was really important. Incredible forces. And, you know, Glenn Ford, who was one of the founding members of this coalition, and Glenn, you know, has, you know, y'all have to pardon the French, but he's been kicking ass against imperialism for a while now. You understand? And I really appreciate it. Nellie Bailey, who was here, she's not on the steering committee, but was right there in the trenches. And she was exposing Obama, exposing imperialism, exposing capitalism. She was saying capitalism hasn't gone anywhere. It's the same social system that was given birth by slavery and colonialism. That hasn't changed. And so there was Glenn, you know, and, you know, there were people like Jerry Ball, who was not a member of the steering committee, but he kicked off the first PSA, brilliant PSA. It was being played for a while we were here. And I just wanted to acknowledge Lisa Davis, who came to the conference that the coalition had in Newark, New Jersey, and where we were still raising the question of Obama and the struggle for Black power. And people didn't want to talk about it. We had some interesting struggles at that Newark conference, because they don't want to say nothing about Obama. They don't want to say anything about that. They say, well, why are you just saying something about the Democratic Party? You're not saying anything about the Republican Party. And I remember Lisa stood up and she said, well, black people are going to be voting for the Democrats. They're not going to be voting for the Republican Party. That's why we have to say something about the Democratic Party. And so Lisa Davis, you know, has been here and she's been heading up, and she came to work. She says that we need to do something around this issue of health care for our people. She said, if a brother or a sister gets arrested and go to court, we're going to have all kinds of people going to the courthouse. But what about when they go to these hospitals, these death traps called hospitals? Nobody's there to look after them. So I said, sister, you want to head up the working group, health working group? She said, I'll do it. And that's what she's been doing ever since, and been waging incredibly important struggles around the issue of healthcare. So I appreciate, you know, Lisa as a part of the steering committee. And then we've got people like Tony Taylor. Y'all have experienced Tony Taylor. If you haven't met her before, you know, Tony Taylor out of Ferguson, St. Louis area. And her son was murdered by the St. Louis Police Department that shot him 21 times. And a lot of those times while he was flat on the ground after they had shot him. And there were like indentions in the pavement under his body from the bullets that went through them. And Tony, she jumped straight into the struggle, and she came into the coalition. The Carry On the Ball Foundation is one of the institutions that came into the coalition right away. And so, you know, I appreciate that. And we have Zaki Baruti, who facilitated the ability of the coalition to come into Ferguson. When there were others who did everything they could to keep us from getting into Ferguson. Because I guess they thought we wanted some of George Soros' money too, but we didn't want no Soros money. You understand? And so he helped facilitate that, and Zaki Baruti and the Universal African Peoples Organization. And I like the name, the Universal African Peoples Organization, because I saw the hint of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So Zaki came on to the steering committee. And Cam Howard from N'COBRA and the Amos T. Wilson Foundation out of Chicago. And Cam has been doing reparations work for a long time. In fact, he was supposed to have been in the coalition a long time ago, because one of the founding members of the coalition was a leader in N'COBRA. Her name was Sister Dorothy Lewis. And that was the colonial name that she had, Queen Mother Dorothy Lewis. And she joined the coalition when she was an Obama supporter. She was an Obama supporter, but she said, I can't support the stuff that this government is doing, you know, every place. So she came onto the coalition, and that was really powerful. And so Cam has come onto the coalition and has begun to take this work in a very serious way. And I want to recognize Khalid Rahim of the New African Independence Party, who is a part of the steering committee of the coalition. And this brother and the New African Independence Party doing serious work in Pennsylvania, but not just in Pennsylvania. And they engaged in electoral politics, but not just in electoral politics. They trying to do a struggle in the communities where the people are located. And what I really, really appreciate about this organization is what I appreciate so much about this convention that we are doing today, and that's the class character of the organization. Because what we're seeing today and what we saw throughout yesterday is the African working class is stepping forward again, entering into political, on its own terms. And that's powerful. So ain't no Reverend Chicken Bones speaking for us. Ain't no, these hustlers who call themselves lawyers when these poor women have to stand up and fathers have to stand up and deal with what the police has done to them, and they take these pictures and then get them to be quiet and not to say anything. Ain't no hustling charlatans whose first name might be Al, involved in this process where they stand up and make the people, you got to say that all the police ain't bad and I'm not mad or anything like that while you engaged in a funeral for your child or for some other relative of yours and what have you. And this is what was so powerful yesterday, wasn't it? You saw those mothers who stood up. These mothers, one mother, whoa, I ain't gonna say which mother, but I mean, that was just powerful, just extremely powerful to see these African women who just really contributed so much to the class character, representing a new day when the African working class, poor people, working class people, because this is one of the reasons you got Negroes who've been part of the Democratic Party for a long time. But you haven't heard on the Democratic Party agenda, on its platform, reparations has not been there. They haven't raised reparations. They've been Negroes there. They haven't raised the question of free all black political prisoners. There are Negroes there. They haven't said anything. They haven't raised any of the questions of the ongoing population removal that they are calling gentrification. That's turned Harlem almost white. That's turning DC almost white. That's turning every place you go in the country. And then they brag about it, talking about immigration is here. These simpletons, buffoons that white power has trained and that has worked so hard to convince ordinary black working people that we don't know nothing, that we have to wait till these Negroes with these long letters behind their names to come and provide some kind of leadership for us. It's a whole new damn day. And I thought that was reflected in everything that just happened on yesterday. And that's reflected in this convention too. So we don't play that no more. And you're gonna have to get jobs. You Negroes are gonna have to go to work. you ain't gonna be able to hustle us no more. We're speaking for ourselves henceforth. And I want to just say that Lawrence Ham People's Organization for Progress, they do incredibly significant work in New Jersey. Chairman Ham is not here for this meeting. Ralph Pointer, my man. And listen, y'all don't know Ralph. Some people who know Ralph, they just know him because he is the husband of Lynn Stewart, right? Who is the lawyer, right? Who they put in prison and tried and intended to kill. They gave her a death sentence because she had 4-stage breast cancer, and they refused to let her out so that she can get care. And it took massive mobilization by people all around this country for them to finally release her. And you know what the crime was? She had as a client a Muslim. Her client was a Muslim who they associated with the so-called first attempt of the Twin Towers bombing. All she did was represent him. And they locked her up. They put her in prison. Can you imagine this? They put her in prison, and the part of what it was to do was to neutralize any possible movement that might develop inside this country, especially among Muslims, who had the greatest interest and immediate stake in trying to stop what the United States government was doing all over the Middle East, looting and running rampant to steal oil and murder people everywhere. And so Lynn Stewart, bold woman, took a stance, but Ralph has his own history. Ralph helped introduce Malcolm X to Queens, helped get his house in Queens, helped introduce him to everybody he needed to know in Queens. When Malcolm got there, Ralph was waiting for him, understand, and helped to show him the way. And anybody who can show Malcolm X the way has to be all right, you understand? And y'all heard Betty Davis on yesterday, who's been involved in this educational work. And that's really important about the coalition, because it's not just a question of police killing us. The police killing us is simply a reflection of a profound and deep contradiction that exists in this country, where Africans who were brought here as captives, they like to talk about this issue of this being a so-called nation of immigrants, where Africa, first of all, America is not a nation. Get that out of your head. America is not a nation. It is a prison of nations. It is a prison of nations. And Africans did not come here as immigrants. We came here as captives. And I'm not going to let them forget it. And I have a responsibility as a captive to do a couple of things. One thing I got to do is get out of captivity, and I also have a responsibility to slay the captor. You understand? That's the responsibility. You have to do that. You can't just say, okay, I'm gonna get away. You understand? Because as long as the captor is running out there again, your children are at stake, and their children are at stake, and the rest of the world is at stake. So you got to get away from the captor, and you got to debilitate the captor so that he cannot be capturing anybody else anymore. So this coalition is really important coalition. I want to say part of this coalition is Diapo Lukbala. And I've been knowing this brother for a long time. And he heads up the working group on black community control of the police. And he's the right person to head up the working group on black community control of the police, because he has a serious understanding about how the police needs to be controlled. And sometimes we have to disagree about when they should be maximally controlled, but he agrees, and we agree that the police got to be controlled. You just can't have these thugs running around with guns, murdering our people and calling them heroes. Isn't that an insult? Here you are, every day, you're watching them murder us, and then you look at the media, you hear your local mayor, your local politician talking about the police are heroes in your face. And you saw them at the Democratic and the Republican Party conventions, but you won't see them putting a foot here in the Black People's Convention as any heroes if they put a foot here. Woo! So Diapo Lukbala is a part of the steering committee. And there are others, part of the coordinating committee that's responsible for much of the day-to-day work for this, to make this thing happen. And of course, they include Sister Lisa Davis, and they include myself, the chair of the coalition, and they include Hussein Mbinga, who is the treasurer fundraiser, and they include Muteba Shinabu Wamunda, who is the secretary, and Rich Piazza-Vahita, who's our website designer, and Kashama Sankofa, who coordinates our media. That's the steering committee, and it can grow, it should grow. Because everyone here should be joining this coalition. And if you head an organization, you join the coalition. If you head an organization, then you automatically come onto the steering committee. So you ought to consider that because this is an incredible organization. So I wanted to say those things because I think it's really important when we talk about the declaration here to talk about who we are as a coalition. I also think it's important to acknowledge that, again, that this convention is not the white people's convention. Whether they call themselves green or red, or blue, Democrat or Republican. This is our convention. This is not, and the real issues that we are confronted with, of course, are the Republican and the Democratic Party. Because they have been the forces that's been acting this sleight of hand, like pretending at one time the ruling class is not in power because there was an election, and so they passed the ball on to another sector of the ruling class, right? So you get fed up with the Democrats because they're killing you too much, and then you're supposed to vote for the Republicans, right? And so they've been engaged in a bit of political sleight of hand for a long period of time. And so this is our convention. This is our convention so that we can speak to the issues which are so critical to our existence, and so that we don't have to, or we should want to break the habit of being on our knees and crawling, boss, please say something about us. Isn't that a hell of a place to be in? Oh, please, can we get you to say something about us? And so when we have a situation, people come up and say something about ourselves. We speak to ourselves. We speak for ourselves. And the only reason we're in this situation is because they did kill Malcolm, is because they did murder King, is because they did destroy the Black Panther Party, is because they did assassinate one of the leaders and co-founders of the African People's Socialist Party. And then in the process of doing that, they also created this massive disinformation campaign that would slander revolution, slander the whole idea, so that people are even ashamed now to just talk about black people. What about the white people? We say they're gonna have to get a goddamn job just like everybody else. They're gonna have to take their chances just like everybody else. We don't have no special place for white people. Are you out of your mind? They take their chances just like everybody else. That's what about the white people. And I'm not saying this ain't no anti-white statement. And what's wrong with saying white people got to take their chance just like everybody else? That's a reasonable, sensible stance. And every thinking, well-meaning white person on the planet Earth ought to be saying the same thing. They ought to be finding a way to take their chances just like everybody else. In fact, Che Guevara once said, I'm saying this about your white friends. Che Guevara once said, it's not a matter of well-wishing, but of sharing the same fate, whether in victory or in death. Whether in victory or in death. And that's how we measure all of our friends, sharing the same fate, whether in victory or in death. And if society did not put you in a place to share the same fate, then you have to volunteer your asses over here so that you can share the same fate, whether in victory or in death. Ain't that right? That's a revolutionary stance there. That's a revolutionary stance. So we talking about elections. This is an election season. 2 days from now, the U.S. is going to be presumptuous enough, is presumptuous enough to assume they have selected the leader of the whole planet Earth. Not just the Fifth Ward in Houston, Texas, you understand, but the planet Earth. They have assumed that either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton will be the leaders of the planet Earth. And so they have mystified this whole question of elections. People come to us all the time and say, well, we fought and we died so we can vote. You understand? And we gotta vote. Because if we don't vote, God won't bless us. Or something to that effect. We treat it as almost biblical, this whole notion of vote, because we don't understand this, and we have a responsibility, this coalition, to take the covers off. There's nothing mysterious about voting. There's nothing mysterious about voting. And the fact is that we have acceded more power to the ruling class since having the power, the right to vote, in quotes, than what we had before. Because before, we didn't vote to get the right to vote, did we? We didn't vote. White people didn't give us the right to vote because of a vote. The right to vote was achieved by black people who were willing to strike out and create our own future to fight against white power. That's where the right to vote came from. And you haven't got anything. And I challenge anybody to tell us what we won as a consequence of vote. They say, well, Barack, we got a job for Barack Hussein Obama. And that's all you did. Got him a job. You got him a job. And he won't even give you welfare. Ain't that something? You got the whole African population, and this guy is narcissistic enough to stand up, a Chicago hustler. Yes, he is. Chicago, where dead people vote. to say that if you don't vote for Hillary Clinton, somehow, what is it? You're insulting him. He can go on Father's Day in Chicago and denounce black fathers before the world. And we are supposed to be concerned about insulting him. He can stand up in the first presidential debate that happened in Harlem, New York, and first person to answer the question of whether he supported reparations or whether the candidate supported reparations, and say no. He said, I can't support reparations because we can't show any favor to those who have been historically wrong because of its causes divisions or something like that. And soon as the damn debate was over, he ran down to Miami and got on his belly before a Jewish reactionary Zionist organization and promised them, if I get elected, I'm going to give you all of Jerusalem, something no presidential candidate has ever said they would do. Damn talk about the Negro. And so, you know, this whole voting thing has become extraordinarily mysterious to us. If you don't vote, what's going to happen? Nat Turner didn't vote. Yeah. There is a way forward. So, you know, we want to talk about just this. Sister Lisa is glaring at me. Okay, well, you should be, because I'm breaking all kind of discipline. I'm volunteering to be disciplined. Let the blues song say, it's my fault, baby. Do what you want to do. But I just want to just raise a couple of other things, because I think it's important for us to understand this. In a so-called capitalist democracy, and a capitalist democracy is something that's distinguished for the 1,000-year-long era of feudalism that existed in Europe, where Europe, they call it the Dark Ages. But it wasn't dark anyplace else. I mean, Chinese had thriving civilization. Everybody else was doing cool. And during feudalism, where the kings and the nobility obviously just ruled in everything, and the people didn't have a quote-unquote right to vote. And so with the establishment of capitalism that came from slavery and colonialism, that created a tremendous amount of accumulation of wealth that did not exist before, there emerged this thing that they call a bourgeois democracy. And in the bourgeois democracy, what you have is a whole bunch of contending economic forces that want to run everything. And how do you then stabilize this thing when everybody, you got the Trumps, you got the Clintons, you got the Bushes, you got all those folk out there, all of them want to get the whole piece. That's the nature of the beast. So how do you fix it? Because if you don't stabilize this, just you're going to have this warfare between all these guys all the time trying to take it over. So what the bourgeois democracy does is create a non-violent contest between different sectors of the ruling class for control of the state. Y'all know what the state is? That's the police department that kill our children and stuff like that. You're talking about, that's the army, that's the court system, that's them prisons, et cetera, who's gonna control that? And the ones who control that will have the greater economic advantage over the other ones, right? And you can begin to pique some of that with this contest between Hillary and Trump. Trump ain't your friend, but Hillary ain't either. And Trump is showing you just how Hillary is using you, playing you like a musical instrument, taking everything you got. Billions of dollars from black people in Haiti, who we don't even recognize as our brothers and sisters too often. Hillary is there, Bill is there, looting it. And her brothers. Yes, yes. Somebody said, send her to jail. Lock her up. Well, when we take power, we're going to need far fewer jails. But somebody going to jail. You understand? Somebody going to jail. And that's one of the struggles. That's one of the struggles I have with the anarchists. Because we're going to have the power to put somebody in jail when this thing is over. And that's going to be the minimum price that they'll be paying. You understand? Yeah. So you have this nonviolent contest that's going on. It's not like what happens right now in a place like Somalia, where you got these contending forces. They got guns. They who are shooting now to see who's going to be in power. Nonviolent. Most of the time it's nonviolent. Except sometimes when there are serious crises that happens, it breaks out here. Where you see a cat like Nixon gets kicked out of office. That wasn't supposed to happen like that. Where you see a cat like Kennedy gets assassinated in the middle of Vietnam and the struggle of black people here and the huge disputes that's going on among the ruling class themselves about the direction of the country. Not so much you disputing them, but the ruling class in a fix. Like the ruling class is in a fix right now. That's why you had something like 25 or more people who was contesting to become president of the United States. I mean, 17 Republicans, and different money was behind all of them. Everybody trying to capture control of the state, and we the dummies out here. Democrats don't even have to promise us nothing, except that if you don't elect me, this bad white man over here is going to do something to you, right? So we vote out of fear. Not because we see our interests and they don't have to speak to our interests. Because they already killed Malcolm. They already killed King. They already destroyed the Black Panther Party, and anything that was standing up for black people and black power, they wiped it out. They thought. Black is back. So I just want to share this with you because we need to. I want to share this declaration that came through a process that we're involved in. Some people challenge the validity of what we've done here, or a person. But this went through a process where the steering committee, meeting every week in most instances, pulled together and voted on this declaration and these 19 points that constitutes the national black political agenda for black people. Then after we said, this is it, we said that ain't enough. Let's have some state conventions in different places around the United States. We didn't have a lot of time to do this, so that people can come together and we can give this to the people. We did it in New York. We did it in Missouri. We did it in Texas. We did it in Alabama. We did it in Washington, D.C. We did it in New Jersey. We did it in Florida. What did I leave out? Did I get everything? Kansas? Yeah, did it in Kansas, Illinois, etc. So the people can have an opportunity too. And that's the process that brought us here to this meeting. We had a preparatory meeting in Philadelphia, April 13th and 14th. Where we consolidated this, and here's where we are today with this process. So this is our declaration. It's ours. You don't have no damn Democratic Party let you know to come to this meeting and you can check this out and make it yours. You won't even find, let me see the hands of Democrats in the room. Okay, I understand how tough it is to say something in this kind of meeting. But most of them don't even know who's on their local or their state Democratic Central Committee. Don't even know what the platform of the Democratic Party is. So this is ours. And so I just want to say something to you about it. And here is the declaration. And it reads, does everybody have a copy of this? They weren't available. You say somebody's printing them out? That's not the only thing, because the program is not here either. But let me read it, and because it's better this way anyway. Because if you had it, you'd be reading it and not listening to me, and I want to be heard. So we say, a critical moment in our history is upon us. In addition to the traditional centuries-long destitution and political repression that have characterized our existence and distorted virtually all our intracommunal relationships within the United States, there is now an escalation of police and other white violence directed at our people that demands a coherent response. The entire world is in a state of turmoil. The vast majority of the world's population that experiences poverty and cruelty as normal features of life is in a state of rebellion. Because the world capitalist system owes its existence to the enslavement of our people and colonial domination of much of the world, capitalism rests uneasily on a fault line of oppression. The historical oppression of our people stems from this cruel fact of history. Like most people, trace our current conditions of existence to the birth of the capitalist system at the expense of our happiness and human and material resources. We recognize the escalation of terror against Black people that includes state and popular attacks and police and civilian murder. We understand that the prominent expression of white nationalism revealed through the electoral process to select a new president of the United States are due to the growth of resistance among oppressed peoples of the world and within the US. We recognize that the apparent social peace in the US over the past 35 years or so has been an illusion, a product of the successful brutal assault by the US government on the struggle of Black people for justice and power in the 1960s. Our movement was obstructed by state-imposed repression that included the political murders of important leaders from our community. Among these leaders were Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and others. The false sense of social peace during this past period also depended on the disruption of the then developing Black agenda that demanded peace, democracy, an end to poverty, political oppression, and the acquisition of Black power. The US government and its minions of appointed or anointed Black leaders have contributed to a defeatist outlook among our people that reduces our struggle to vain attempts to influence the two major US ruling parties to include the interests and aspirations of our people in the otherwise ruthless, terror-inducing imperialist agenda that they normally represent. The US government's assault on our independent movement for Black political power has created a worldview that promotes the US electoral process as the only viable means of forging and pursuing an agenda favorable to our interests. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not believe that our future should be in the hands of any institution that does not have its origins within our own community and has not forged through the struggles of our people. Black people, therefore, are gathering to consolidate our own national Black political agenda for self-determination. With our national Black political agenda for self-determination, we claim responsibility for our own future, independent of the Democratic and Republican parties or any other organization or institution external to our community. We are fully aware of the long history of betrayal of our people by both parties and refuse to submit our destiny to a slavish dependency on either of them. As conscious women and men, we are declaring our intent to guarantee a future for our children and generations to come by creating an independent agenda for the progress of our people. We know that this agenda is not all-encompassing. It cannot be. Our movement is in a developing stage, having been re-energized, most recently by the August 9, 2014 uprising of poor, working class young people on Canfield Drive in Ferguson, Missouri, after the police murder of 18-year-old Michael Brown. We recognize that our national Black political agenda for self-determination is in contention with the decisions made for us by rulers of the United States, their servants in our midst, and other African people who may have legitimate disagreements with our views. But we cannot wait. History will not permit hesitation at this critical juncture. Our people demand participation in creating the future that awaits us. This development of our national Black political agenda for self-determination is not an attempt to create a new political party or organization. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations is a coalition in the truest sense of the word. We are an organization of organizations who have chosen to unite around a common set of principles for self-determination and a conscious struggle against world imperialism. We want to be free, and we want to destroy a social system that's threatening and attacking, assaulting, maiming the freedom of everybody on the planet Earth. We have seen the defeat of previous attempts to create a Black agenda by prematurely creating new political formations before basic principles and organizational relationships were firmly established that required first loyalty to our people rather than the Democratic Party. We call on all organizations currently not affiliated with the Black is Back Coalition to join us as a part of a process that will extend the political influence of all our movements and organizations while preserving the independence of each. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not attempt to function as a substitute for any existing organization. We simply provide a forum, a space for the overall expansion of our struggle for self-determination beyond the capacity of most individual organizations. We can see the world created by slavery and colonialism collapsing before our very eyes. The decline of imperialist white power is visible for the world to see. Not only are the heroic peoples of the Middle East, South America, and Asia engaging imperialism in heated battles for control of their sovereignty and resources, so also are our people throughout Africa, Haiti, and various places, other places in the world, including Europe. The struggle against colonialism has breached the citadels of Europe and the US. White people of Europe, of France, and Belgium, for example, are living lives with the same kind of insecurity that is common in the colonial territories of Africa and the Middle East, from which Europe has extorted lives and resources for centuries. We are taking up the task of developing our national Black political agenda for self-determination while in the throes of a maturing resistance that is primarily a response to open police murder of African men, women, and children. In Dallas, Texas, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the actions of Michael Xavier Johnson and Gavin Cosmo Long represent the clearest movement toward an armed response to African murders by the US domestic military occupation forces since 1972. When Mark Essex initiated an attack on the New Orleans Police Department. Should Google Mark Essex, 1972. Like Essex, Johnson and Long briefly exposed the vulnerability and incompetence of U.S. police forces with their attacks on domestic military occupation forces in Dallas, Texas on July 7th and Baton Rouge on July 17th, 2016. The moment is urgent, and history requires us to move decisively and without hesitation. It is within this context that we offer this National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination for discussion and adoption by our people. And then there are 19 points here. And that's going to be made available to you. And I'm self-critical because I was under the assumption that you had access to that by now. But these are critical points because where we are moving to is beyond this notion of some kind of abstract concept of self-determination. Everybody wants self-determination, but what does it mean practically? How can we go out in the world and fight for it? What would we fight for when we fight for self-determination? Well, point one said we're fighting for black women. Point two says we're fighting for the black family. Point three says we're fighting for black community control of the police. Point four says we're fighting to free all political prisoners. If you had no other idea of who this man Barack Obama is, the fact that there are black men and women rotting in prisons right now who fought for the freedom of black people, or who, like Assata Shakur, is hiding for her life in Cuba after the Obama regime placed $1 million bounty on her head. If 1 million was already there, and Obama's regime's added another 1 million to it. If you didn't know anything else about Obama, you know that he hasn't opened up the files to tell you exactly how they killed King, exactly how they killed Malcolm X, exactly how they murdered Patrice Lumumba with a white CIA agent with Lumumba's tooth in his pocket. Number 5, we say roll back and end mass black incarceration. 6, reparations, reparations, reparations. We want a payback. And I'm tired of them white people running and say, oh, y'all just want the money. Damn right, we want the money. We want the money, all of it, every penny. And you must want it too, because you ain't giving it back, right? Number 7, self-defense. We declare our human right to armed self-defense from the violent attacks by white citizens and the assault and murders by domestic military occupation forces. You heard that sister who spoke yesterday. This white man just blew her son away. And now he's out on $20,000 bond. And nothing is supposed to happen to him. If the white man, if the law don't say do it, then that's just the way it is. That's what Obama said. Remember when Obama said that? After this white man killed this boy in Sanford, Florida? That's what the courts said. That's it. Okay. 8, we say nationalize the banks and end forever the rule of capital. Nationalize the damn banks. They're supposed to be too big to fail. We say number 9, full employment and a national minimum income. We didn't say $15 an hour after a number of years, maybe. Full employment and a national minimum income. And we're talking about ensuring, we're talking about the government ensuring the provision of living wage jobs. Y'all know that the government don't create money. They might have printing presses and stuff. They do not create money. They do not create value. They do not create wealth. You know where value comes from? From production. And what you're talking about, who has produced more than anybody on earth, the concentration of wealth that has come from the enslavement and colonization of black people. It didn't just go away once slavery was formally over. Every computer you see, every tall building you see the concentration of the wealth that came from picking cotton and clearing the swamps of this country. Black people did that. So when we say we want a minimum wage, don't let anybody come to you and talk about, well, y'all want the government. Your government ain't giving me nothing. And they're like, well, they like to say, you know, like somehow we living off the welfare of the white people, and they've been living off our welfare for 400 years. 400 years. They've been living off the welfare of black people. The slave master ain't did a lick of work. The slave master created no value. It was the enslaved that created all the value. And then they would trick you and tell you that you can't live without him. Ain't that something? You feed his baby. You send his ugly children off to Paris to school and what have you, and they're going to tell you that you can't live without him. Woo! Boy. Yeah. And so we say we want a right to housing that is safe, secure, habitable, affordable, with freedom from forced evictions and the process of redlining traditionally used to deny housing to black people. We demand reparations for the loss of billions of dollars in black wealth due to home foreclosures stemming from the U.S. government-supported subprime mortgage scam. You ain't got that on the, you know what? You can't get that on the Democratic platform. You know why? You know, one of the reasons you can't get it is because this scam that they call subprime mortgage. You know who created that? A white woman named Penny Pritzker out of Chicago, a billionaire who is now in the Obama administration, but who was his campaign financial chairperson when he ran for office. And Obama gonna cry crocodile tears to you because you lost your home. I'm upset. I'm upset. I mean, I'd like to see Michelle get a damn job. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and other ones who, you know. So, a halt to gentrification. And I just think we ought to begin to call that by its proper name. You know, because they get away with stuff when you get gentrification. That's something that's so hell. You know, it's like forced population removal. You know, we lived in those communities. Those have become our community. Our churches are there. You know, these are the places that our children grew up in. And now that your children, many of our children can't even go back to the neighborhoods where their parents lived and say, see, my mom and daddy got married over here. This happened. No. They moved us every time they have an economic interest to do so. They move us from this community to that community. And so we have no stakes in this community or that community. We say number 12, black businesses must be nurtured by public development banks and protected from strangulation by corporate chains and monopolies. Number 13, right to free education through postgraduate level, free education. And I think what's really important for us to understand is black people created the public education system in this country. It was after slavery to make sure that we have education during Reconstruction. When we were in place, we created the public educational system. And now we are the ones who are kicked out, you know, can't have access to it. And if you do have access to it, it's something that would turn you into another Obama. And free universal quality health care for everybody. That's a public system that serves the health needs of entire communities, as well as individuals. And if we say, given that group health outcomes are closely linked to group political and economic status, past and present, a universal healthcare policy must provide both equal care to all, regardless of social and financial circumstances, and restorative care to historically oppressed communities, which requires political self-determination to achieve social and biological wellness. You ain't gonna get healthy. But I like what a man named Frantz Fanon once said. I hope I'm not taking this too far. But Frantz Fanon was a revolutionary who participated in the revolution in Algeria, a black man. And he was also a psychiatrist. And he was talking about how the colonized, that's what we are. You know we colonized, right? What it took for the colonized to heal. And I think it's important to say this because there are a lot of people you hear talking about how black people need to be healed, and we have to spend a lot of time healing. Well, Fanon said in order, the colonized has to kill the colonizer in order to be healed. So you get healthy, you get mental health, you want to end high blood pressure. You want to end all those things that make you not say anything when this young white person in the department store insults your intelligence just because you want to buy something. When you look like that, there was security, right? You know what I'm talking about. The fact that you can't get off the wrong exit on the interstate, and for fear when you look in that rearview mirror, you're going to see that little bubble gum machine in the mirror and the panic and the stuff. You don't think that messes with your health? The elections that we have every 4 years, oh God, please let a good white man get elected this time. You don't think that affects your health? Slavery is horrible. Okay, voting rights, we believe the right to vote and is a fundamental right. But beyond that, the right to have something to vote for. And so we demand the use of proportional representation voting systems. Proportional representation, voting system. If you're going to vote in this thing, and as long as they allow voting to happen, as long as we allow voting to happen, if we're going to vote, then you need to at least have power equal to the percentage of black people that exist here. Don't you think so? And that's throughout the whole system. 16, U.S. out of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Get the hell out. 17, the West must pay its debt to Africa and its descendants. Pay up. 18, free Palestine. Down with Israel apartheid. 19, climate change and toxic pollution by capitalism must end. So that's what we do. This is ours. And if the Democratic Party wants to adopt this platform, that's up to them. But whether they do or not, come November 9th, regardless of the outcome of November 8th, our struggle heats up to make this 19-point platform in the national agenda for black political self-determination. This is ours. And this ain't something that you work on every 4 years. This is something we work on every damn day. Every day. You understand? This is our program. Thank you very much, Sister Lisa Uhuru.
It is not a movement. It is a way of life from now until eternity. I just want to remind people, please, if you have your wonderful cell phones, to just put them on vibrate or silent. Thank you so very much. And before going any further, I just want to take a few minutes to give special recognition to a special contingent that is here with us, and that is the children. I'm just going to ask that the children stand. They have been with us. You need to know that we love you. We need to recognize the history that children, that our babies have had and been on the front line of the struggle. I will say, I will say right here and right now, and this is for our babies, our children. They marched with us yesterday. They were with us all day yesterday. They're here today. We love you. You are special. You are brilliant. And we're doing this for you. We're doing this for you. And just one other thing I want to say to Black youth in general, because I'm so proud of them. Don't ever let anybody demonize you the way they try, because no one in this country has a history of standing up for righteousness and fighting on the front line, and you were spared nothing because they lynched our children too, than Black youth, and I'm so proud of the work that I see that's going on. So I want to give a shout out to all of them that are here and the work they've been doing. Also, we have our declaration. Now, does everybody have a copy of the declaration, this pamphlet right here? We do have them, and we also have our agenda. Okay, is Lucy Murphy here? Okay, now's the time for cultural presentation. She was going to do it, but she's not here. So we're going to be calling up our brother, Daesoon True. And if I ever mispronounce your name, please correct me.
Uhuru. First, I want to say that it's an honor to be here at this very historic convention. Like she said, my name is Daesoon True, and this piece I have is called "Who Are You?" They got a gun, you gotta keep one on you too. The eyes be showing red, but they wearing blue. They say obey the law and don't you make a move. Next thing you know, you laying on the news. Family crying while they stuck with the blues. We gotta organize ourselves and then we move. The only time we lining up is for those shoes. What happened to our people? What they do to move? It's not a shock they label me a criminal. Right there in your face on the TV is a subliminal. Some think it's entertainment, but it's much more. Millionaire after millionaire, but can't feed the poor. They school your kids on how to think and act, only to mislead. They trying to keep their thing on track. Agenda hidden roles, never stating facts. They used to keep us down, we just stay on track. Not knowing who we are, we just call it black. They tell you how you look, not where you been at. Who are you anyway? They never told the truth. So I'm gonna do my best while I'm off in this booth. Who are you? You don't know. Who are you? You don't know. Darky, coon, porch monkey, Negro. Different terms just to dissipate our people. They took the man and the woman and they broke them apart, turned it into a science. They perfected the art. Not even a whole human, 3/5 of a man, facing all kind of hurdles, gotta do what we can. Now they got us in their schools and they poison our minds, telling us we've been slaves since the start of our time. If you don't know, you won't, gotta get on our grind. Gotta strengthen up our bodies just as well as our mind. Gotta raise our women up because they keep us in line. No more raising street soldiers with our thoughts in their mind. Gotta reteach history and the truth is a must. Load your mind with ammunition and get ready to bust. Community development was a thing of the past. We gotta bring it all back, ×2 on that ass. Who are you? You don't know. Who are you? You know. Thank you.
Uhuru. So now to the stage is Glenn Ford, who is a founding member of the Black is Back Coalition and executive editor of the Black Agenda Report, to talk about the national Black political agenda for self-determination. Uhuru.
Power to the people. This afternoon, I'm going to talk about why we're doing what we're doing today, why the Black is Back Coalition is investing so much energy in this subject of self-determination. It's really all about power to the people. And we should give due weight to that term, power to the people. There was a time when many of us said that phrase uncountable times every day, and we meant it every time we said it. Power to the people was sometimes it was a greeting, sometimes it was like an amen, like in church, and sometimes we said it when a sister or a brother made some kind of very cogent political point, and we'd say power to the people as a kind of amen and affirmation to that. When people greeted you with power to the people, that is the comrades, you answered by saying death to the fascist pigs, because it was a commentary on how we viewed the world at that time. The reason that power to the people was such a useful terminology was because, and this is what's essential, was because we all knew what it meant. Our people needed power so that we could determine our own futures. And we were talking about collective power as Black people. We weren't talking about some kind of individual advantage that you could achieve under this system as it was. We weren't talking about some kind of temporary privilege which is granted as a favor to people by the people who rule this society. We were talking about collective Black people's power. Now, it's true that power to the people was a slogan. Human beings tend to speak in slogans, or when you say something often enough, it can become a slogan. But it wasn't a slogan that was just picked out of the hat because it sounded good. There was an important part of a whole generation of Black people who arrived at the slogan, power to the people, through a period of intense political struggle and ideological debate and a whole bunch of disagreement with each other. It was the political children of Malcolm who tried to give substance to the core principle of Black people's right. In fact, of all people's rights to self-determination. Self-determination requires that you ask crucial questions. You have to ask, what is the kind of project that will best advance the struggle for Black self-determination? You have to ask what kinds of tactics and strategies you're going to use. This is an obligation. You have to think about, debate about, argue about what kinds of demands the struggle for Black self-determination calls forth at this point in history. And you have to defend those demands that you come up with in light of history. You have to defend them along with your comrades. And finally, what is the slogan that best reflects, that embodies the quest for self-determination? So it's not just pulling a slogan out of your hat. It's defining how you engage in struggle. Power to the people did not mean, we all knew that it did not mean Black capitalism. Capitalism does not empower anybody except those people who have capital. It didn't mean the kind of power that was limited by bourgeois electoral politics. Electoral democracy just gives people the right to vote. And sometimes it doesn't even do that. It does not recognize, and this is what is essential, it does not recognize Black people's collective right to self-determination. That is a right that is not subject to how other people vote. A people's right to self-determination is inalienable. It does not depend on being part of a majority in somebody's legislative district. It does not depend. It doesn't depend on where you live in these lines that people draw on a map. Even a people in exile who've been pushed off of their land and have no opportunity to cast a vote still have a right to to self-determination. And why don't you just ask the Palestinians about that? The same thing goes for housing and education and all the other collective needs of a people. In the brief period, and Brother O'Malley talks about this often, in the brief period before the police and their state broke the back of the Black liberation movement, activists furiously debated the strategies and the tactics and the general direction that the movement was supposed to take. It was a very noisy period in our history, but there was a general consensus over the principle of Black self-determination. That is, everybody swore up and down that they were in favor of Black self-determination. Even people who wanted to kill each other agreed that we gotta have Black self-determination. And in fact, every bourgeois Democratic politician who could lie out of his face about anything said that he was in favor of Black self-determination. Now, you know the end of that story. We lost, and the liberation movement was crushed and defeated. And so it's been more than 4 decades since that struggle was defeated. 4 decades since Black people have had a grassroots movement that actually wrestled with the fundamental question of Black self-determination. It has been that long. Academics have talked about self-determination and written about it, but activists, and I'm talking about people who are in motion and who want to get other people in motion, for those folks, self-determination is the central question. Even if they don't use the term, that is what they are talking around, Black self-determination. Every demand that a movement organization makes reflects their vision of what the struggle is about. It defines your mission. What are you trying to accomplish in the world? If you are trying to build a civil rights type of movement, you will make demands that seek inclusion into the machine. You'll want to get Black folks more integrated as being cogs in that machine. And the last thing that you want to do is to do any harm to that machine, no matter how much harm that machine has done to your people. Well, you don't want to harm it because you want to be part of that machine. That is your civil rights mission. You're not going to fight the machine. You'll make demands that will actually help the machine in the long run. You'll help the police clean up their act, but you will not demand that they end the occupation. But if you are guided, if you are driven by the principle that all peoples have a right to self-determination, then every demand that you make will be intended to strengthen the power of the people and to weaken the power of the oppressor. And that is how you weigh and measure those demands, by the outcome. More strength to the people, less strength to the oppressor. It is a struggle for power, getting power and taking it away from the oppressor. The oppressor's wishes are irrelevant in this scheme of things. We don't even consider what they want. Your goal is to create the conditions in which our people can build the kind of society that they want to live in, a society that is fit for Black people's habitation. To achieve this, of course, you have to control resources, the ability to choose how these resources are used. Self-determination means self-development. And that calls for democratic development, which, as Brother Yeshua Taylor has said often, is a far higher form of democracy than any lined up to vote for the rich man's candidate kind of fraudulent democracy that's practiced here in the United States and in most of the West. Now, all of this would seem to most of us here in this room a very straightforward thing, especially to those of us who were involved, have histories of being involved in grassroots movements. But we have not had that kind of grassroots movement that permeates our society for more than 2 generations. Until about 2 years ago, the very language of movement politics had become unintelligible to most of our people. They didn't know what we were talking about. They used the same words, but misused those words. And nobody corrected them because the language had fallen out of use. They hadn't heard this language, at least not in connection with the day-to-day issues that they confront in their lives. And their mothers and fathers had probably not experienced a real movement either. Many of the elders should know better, and many of the intellectuals should have learned better. They could have written a real and accurate Black people's history, but instead they chose to write self-determination out of our history for the most part. And for that, they get contracts for books, for writing out Black people's history. I was in Oakland, California, I think it was 2 weeks ago, for the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party, the founding of it. And that occasion was also Bobby Seale's 80th birthday. And according to Bobby, who is the surviving co-founder of the Black Panther Party, he said that all of that confrontation with the police back in the day was just designed to capture the imagination, that's the way he puts it, to capture the imagination of Black people. And he said this to several crowds out there in Oakland. He said that the plan, or his plan, all along, after capturing the imagination of Black people, was to elect more Black people to office. And that was it. In other words, all that power to the people, death to the fascist pig stuff was just, according to Bobby Seale, just a gimmick in order to get Black people serious about the bourgeois electoral system. And he said variations on that several times during the weekend. Nobody applauded when Bobby Seale expressed this rank revisionism, this twisting of history, but nobody booed him either. Maybe because of his age, or maybe because of the occasion, but he didn't get booed. But he was able to say those things without being booed and denounced, including by me, because the new emerging movement, and we do have an emerging movement, but this new emerging movement has not fully grappled with Black people policing themselves and their absolute self-determinationist right to police themselves, or else he couldn't have gotten away with those kinds of statements. There is plenty of discussion in this new movement about prison reform, but there is very little discussion about the need to take away the US state's power to incarcerate us in principle. How can you have a transformative movement if it concedes the right of the white supremacist imperialist state to put our people in prison? We at the Black is Back Coalition do not concede them that right. We think they act in an illegitimate way, and we do not recognize their right to do that to us. Angela Davis is universally praised for her intellectual work on mass incarceration. But that work clearly has no connection to real struggle, because she has endorsed Hillary Clinton for president. She's endorsed the woman who has already served as co-president and presided over the greatest surge in mass Black incarceration in US history. And she is the co-president who said that these young Black super predators have to be made to heel, which is a term you only use with dogs. But Angela Davis and people like Angela Davis can get away with endorsing the enemy because the young movement itself is unclear about its own guiding principles. That is what makes our work today so very important. This emerging young Black movement, it knows that Black lives matter. It insists on Black people getting their own political space. It has plenty of ideas about reforming the system and making the system an easier cross for Black people to bear. But it is not yet guided by the principle of self-determination. And that includes lots of people who use rhetorically the term self-determination a lot, but they don't apply the principle to their strategies, and especially they do not apply that principle to their demands when they make demands. One reason, of course, is the fact that there hasn't been a mass movement for so long. But the other reason is that some folks on the left, and that includes people who call themselves part of the Black left, these folks are uncomfortable with Black people who talk about self-determination. They get uncomfortable when they hear the term. And the truth is that some of these people are opposed to independent Black political activity. It is as simple as that. They won't say that, but that is their real position. Instead, they spread tales about the evils of what they call Black separatism. And they say that it's your fault, especially you people who go around saying Uhuru all day. They say it's your fault that there's a split in the working class, and the working class can't get itself together. Y'all should stop saying all that Uhuru, and somehow that split would heal by itself. But their real goal is to demolish the whole idea of independent Black political activity. They want to tell you that you can't do anything unless you have non-Black allies. But what they're really saying is that the only allies that are worth having are non-Black allies, that Black people are impotent to affect change on their own. And to answer that, we're obligated to say substantively what Black self-determination means. And we have to say it issue by issue in plain language. And that is why we've come up with those 19 points. That's why it's taken me so many minutes to get to that part of the subject, because we need to put it into context. Now, we produced those 19 points as the basis for discussion among ourselves, first of all, inside the coalition. And we carried out that discussion, and we're still discussing them. And we produced them as the basis for discussion with groups who are outside the coalition. And I'm sure that we will be having those discussions. And we produced them as the basis of discussion with people in this country and around the world of all nationalities and ethnicities, because self-determination is a universal principle, and we are internationalists. But I want to emphasize that there is nothing magic about the number 19. There's nothing magic about the words in these 19 points. They're subject to revision, but not today. They're subject to becoming longer or shorter. We just didn't write a book. And the most important thing to say about these 19 points is that they all have to be tested in the course of struggle. Otherwise, they're just words. Now, in terms of dealing with folks who are outside the coalition, we don't insist that other organizations adopt the language that we have adapted word for word. In fact, I would welcome it if, for example, the Movement for Black Lives came up with its own point-by-point document on self-determination. They don't have one. I wish they would come up with one. And I wouldn't give a damn if they didn't give the Black is Back Coalition credit for coming up with it first or not. We produced those points because we want all of our people to speak in the language of self-determination. And if we all speak in the language of self-determination, then we can have productive arguments like we used to do. And there's nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, there is nothing more important to argue about than self-determination. If you're not engaged in a righteous argument about self-determination, then you really do not have a mature movement. So the fact that we are not hearing an argument about self-determination means that our movement has not reached that level yet. And we're trying to push it in that direction, to make folks talk about this central question. One of the reasons that what we're doing today is historic is because we are starting this righteous argument. We can have differences, in fact, within the coalition. And I'm going to give you one example of differences that we can have in the coalition. One of our 19 points calls for proportional representation in elections. That is obviously a proposal. Clearly, it is not revolutionary. We don't spell out in our document precisely what proportional representation would look like and how it works. But it was understood in our discussions, in the context of those discussions, that we meant a system like that which exists in some parts of Europe and in other places in where people win seats, not people, but parties win seats in legislatures based on the percentage of votes that they get in elections. This proportional representation system does away with winner-take-all elections, and it does diminish the absolute tyranny of the majority. Most importantly, it gets rid of the duopoly system that we have here in the United States. And it is legal under the US Constitution. In fact, it has already operated in various localities at different times in history in the United States. In fact, in the 1940s, there were communists on the city council in New York representing Brooklyn and Harlem. And that lasted until the Republicans and the Democrats killed proportional representation in New York City because there were communists on the city council. Brother Baruti, seated in the last row to my right, he proposes another kind of proportional representation. His plan, and I hope I'm not mischaracterizing it, would set aside a number of legislative seats for Black people based on Black people's percentages or proportion of the total population. And so that is also a kind of proportional representation. And that form of government also exists in the world. In Lebanon, in that country, the president has to be a Maronite Christian, and the prime minister has to be a Sunni Muslim, and the speaker of the parliament has to be a Shiite Muslim. That is the tradition and practice, and you dare not violate that in Lebanon. It's not strictly proportional. It can't be strictly proportional in Lebanon because Lebanon has not had a census since the 1940s. And they don't want to know what percentage of the population is Maronite Christian or Sunni Muslim or Shiite Muslim, because Lebanon went through many years of civil war between the Christians and the Sunnis and the Shiites. And they found that unless all of these groups were guaranteed adequate representation in the Lebanese government, the country would be ungovernable. So they said, to hell with the exact percentages, everybody gets a key position. And that system works for them. It keeps the peace, and the people feel some modicum of dignity no matter which of the groups they belong to. Lebanon's system, however, it has to be emphasized, is a product of internal war. It would also be almost certainly considered to be unconstitutional, that is illegal in the United States. But, and this is a big but, the truth is that much of what we propose in our 19 points can only be achieved when Black people make the cities of the United States ungovernable. They're not going to grant our demands unless we have created an ungovernable situation in which that is the best deal that they're going to get. And I am specifically talking about Black or real Black community control of the police. I mean, certainly if we're talking about the police evacuating themselves from our communities, it really means that we have to run them out of our communities. And it means that when we run them out of our communities, they have to accept the de facto situation on the ground, whether it's constitutional or not, just like in Lebanon. So, even though Brother Baruti's plan is probably illegal in the minds of founding fathers and their heirs, illegal by US law as interpreted today, or the kind of proportional representation referred to in our 19 points, it is perfectly legal. But that's not really a difference that is worth differentiating in the course of history and depending upon the level of struggle. It is just as likely that we will get Brother Baruti's plan as it is, which is illegal, as it is that we will get the other proportional representation plan, which is legal. And that's what I meant when I said that all of these points, all 19 of them, have to stand the test of struggle. Nothing's written in stone. We write history, and that decides what will transpire. What's most important about both of these proposals for proportional representation is that they both call for Black elections. where black people decide among themselves what the issues are and who should represent black people collectively, which is impossible under the current system. Both of these are self-determinationist demands. But there's one thing we can be sure of. If we had proportional representation of either kind today, many, if not most, of our current black elected officials would be replaced, whether it was the Baruti plan or the other plan. And if we had proportional representation and we had in existence a strong grassroots black movement for self-determination, the whole of the black misleadership class would be put out of business. Power to the people.
Power to the people. I'm ready. I'm ready to just go and put our own candidate in that White House. I'm ready right now. Just take it. Just take the whole damn thing. Just take it. That's right. The next person that we will be calling up, Brother Zaki Baruti. Brother Zaki Baruti of the Universal African Peoples Organization. Brother Zaki Baruti. Come up, my brother. Yes, he's the president of the General of the Universal African Peoples Organization.
I like what Sister Lisa just said. Let's take the whole damn thing over today, okay, in terms of this system. But let me first and foremost acknowledge the Creator for being here. I want to send a special shout out to all of the member organizations of the Black is Back Coalition. I want to have a special salute to our good brother Omali Yesateli for his determined position in terms of the liberation of us as a people. As well as I just want to salute you who are in the audience. And another salute that I like to give out is to those heroes and sheroes who have fought for the liberation of us as a people. First and foremost, Brother Nat Turner, Sister Harriet Tubman, Sister Ida B. Wells, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Brother Malcolm X, Huey P. Newton, Kwame Ture, Dr. King, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Brother Muammar Gaddafi, as well as those who are less known. I want to stand here and salute that brother in Dallas, Brother Michael Johnson, who said that he was sick and tired of seeing our people bleed on the streets of America, and they not bleed. I want to send out a special shout out to Brother Jonathan Jackson. And you study him, who went into the courtroom and made an effort to free our people out of the courtroom. And that's about learning your history. I want to send out a shout out to a brother that I knew personally in the St. Louis area named Cookie Thornton, who took out into a city council meeting those people who had been constantly oppressing him directly. And he said he was sick and tired of it. I want to salute those, and I'm proud to say as an organization, the Universal African Peoples Organization, we stood with that family when they came under attack in the St. Louis area, as Cookie exacted the justice that needed to be taken out. So it's in that spirit that I'm with you today, and I appreciate Brother Glenn Ford in terms of his comments around the whole question of proportionate political representation. But before I get into that, very briefly, I spoke in front of the White House. And my comment was, let my people go. But when you let us go, give us our reparations. So to that end, I'm gonna get into proportionate political representation, and I'm gonna tell you how we have arrived at that. But also, you should have copies of a publication that our organization proudly produces. It's called the African News World, and I'm gonna refer back to it in a minute or two. But this road to proportionate political representation, for me, starting on a personal level, came as an extension of one of the murders that constantly occur in our community, when a white officer was chasing a sister that he knew down the streets of St. Louis on a real hot summer afternoon. Knew where she lived at. She had previously been involved in an altercation with another sister. Chasing her, he pulled out his weapon, shot and missed her, but shot another sister who was standing on her porch, minding her business, a mother, a daughter, and etc. And it caused an uproar in our community. Just as what happened with Mike Brown, who they allowed his body to lie 4.5 hours on the hot concrete in Canfield Green. So the murders have always been in existence. But as an extension of that, and being into history and recognizing politically in 1984, out of 100 United States senators who make decisions as to whether or not to send billions of dollars to the Zionist state of Israel, a little small Zionist state receiving more foreign aid than the entire 54 countries of Africa collectively, when we are 13% of the population here in this country. At that time, also in 1984, there were no black governors out of 50. So across America, you had, out of the most powerful positions in this country, 150 positions, not one looked like us. So to that end, the organization that I headed at that time, the Caucus for Community Progress, we put together a concept. And that concept was Missouri's first statewide Black People's Convention. That was in 1984, and I dug up some of my longtime flyers, which lays that out. And we had 3 purposes for that conference. One was to educate whoever, like you, in attendance to state politics. The second was to draw up a platform of concerns impacting Blacks. And the third was to encourage Black people to run statewide. At that time in the state of Missouri, and still today, you have 5 statewide positions every 4 years. Our original concept was to have a Black in every race for governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, state treasurer, and state auditor. And we all saying the same thing in terms of the agenda that we had put together in 1984. I'm thinking that whoever would run for governor would be an easy thing, because that would be the first Black in my mind running for governor at that time. And we took the concept, and in fact, most of the top Black elected officials were in attendance to our conference, including the congressman of that area, including a Congressman Lewis Stokes out of Cleveland in attendance, and some more powerful state senators. Everybody was saying right on, but we couldn't get nobody to run. And in that we couldn't get nobody to run, that's how I ended up running for governor. And as I ran for governor, and I ran within the Democratic Party, not no love for the Democratic Party, because on the other side, that we as future revolutionaries, and if we don't deal with the electoral process, has to understand that they have a lot of rules and regulations that keep independent candidates from running, or political parties, because you have to do double work to even get on the ballot. So I chose the Democratic Party. But as I chose the Democratic Party, I dealt with all the critical issues facing us as a people, as well as those same Black political leaders who came to our conference and saying right on, almost all of them went with the white power structure. You know, so don't you know? I know that's right. So that was our first entrance statewide. I ran a second time because the first time I only ran for, it was only a 4-month campaign. It was 7 candidates, I came in 4th. I knew I could do better with a little bit more time and a little bit more money. I ran a second time. And in my second candidacy, I was endorsed, and I think I was the very first person that Minister Louis Farrakhan endorsed publicly. And I was able to receive 19% of the vote total in a state that was only 10% black. And that was shocking to people because at that time, if you remember that period, Gaddafi was in the news and the United States had just bombed Gaddafi in 86. And I'm running and I'm standing in defense of Gaddafi because I stand on the principles for the liberation of us as a people. And they had all kinds of news articles about my position. But that was in and by the way, let me digress. Jesse Jackson played me too. Let's throw that in. Because he wasn't man enough to stand with me in terms of me being, when he was talking about running for president, a wagon full of candidates. And here I am, Jesse, but because of my strong positions, he played. Fast forward, year 2014-15. Today, out of 100 United States senators, we only have 2. Out of 50 governors, 0. What is the movement? But more importantly than that, it is projected that black people are 13% of the United States population, yet of over 500,000, 511,000 elected positions across this country, on the real side, we only hold 2%, 3%, when we're 13% of the population. So why am I saying racial proportionate political representation? Because most of you, I'm sure, pay taxes. Anybody here don't pay taxes? All right, we got 1 or 2 people that don't, but the majority of you pay taxes. So we are allowing another group of people to spend our money the way that they want to spend the money. I'm saying that has to change. And I'm saying this political proportionate representation speaks to that black people need to have at least 13% of all the elected officials across this country. What would that do? First of all, most positions pay a salary. That helps deal with the economics in our community. Secondly, most positions award contracts in terms of the hiring of people. If we have conscious black leadership, then those contracts can go to people who look like you and I. That makes common sense to me. So to that end, our organization, last year of which Brother Yesateli was in attendance and my brother Khalil Rahim with the New African Independence Party, we were calling for black people, and if I had my way, in this year, there was 34 United States Senate seats up for election. If I had my way, we would have had 34 candidates running for a United States senator, as well as there was 11 governorships up, 11 black people running for a governorship, all on self-determination, which I am so proud to say as an organization. We have in our newspaper that you have a copy of, all 19 points laid out with some candidates endorsing the concept, because we have to practice what we preach. So with that said, this past year, I can proudly say that we were able to get some candidates to run. On one of our past issues of our newspaper, we had 5 candidates running statewide, 4 in the state of Missouri. This is on the front page of one of our previous newspapers. And 1 in the state of Kansas, a sister, just an ordinary sister. And she shocked the political pundits because in the state of Kansas, there was only 6% black. She received 37% of the vote. Now, what is the importance of this? that kind of, when we begin to analyze the votes that we get, that kind of gives us a sense of how many people are hearing our message. So whether we actually become elected or not, we're sending and building a political consciousness for our people. In the state of Missouri, our highest vote total was over 40-some thousand votes. But the person that we did endorse was a regular Democrat, and she received over 200,000 votes. But just on the grassroots level, I'm just saying grassroots level, with the combined votes of our two grassroots candidates, we had over 70,000 votes. And they were speaking truth to power. So in my conclusion, we're saying as an organization, in 2018 and in 2020, we have to begin to prepare for electoral battle. And not saying that politics to the end to all. Believe me, I believe that any means necessary, as Malcolm said, should be on the table. But electorally, wouldn't it be really deep if in 2018, there would be 34 United States Senate seats up for election, or 34 governorships, 33 United States Senate seats up for election. I'm challenging the Black is Back Coalition and everyone else that we are to field our own candidates, and those who's outside of us put to the test the 19 points of self-determination in terms of determining who we are going to be supporting. All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So it's in that spirit that I hope that everybody understand proportionate political representation. And I know the sister has saying my time is about up, but it's one or two other points I must give. One is being in Ferguson. I had actually lived in the complex where Mike Brown was murdered back in the early 70s. And as an organizer in that complex where we fought for better housing conditions. And we was able to get a sister back in 1975 to run for the local city council, which at that time was predominantly white. Fast forward when Michael Brown was murdered, and we out on the protest lines. And in my mind, I'm still thinking Ferguson was predominantly white. But when I found out the Ferguson population, 68% Black, yet on the city council, only 6 members there and only 1 was Black. A direct outcome was the Ferguson Police Department being 54 members and only 3 are Black. That's a political decision. Okay, so I'm saying, again, as one of the struggles is a political struggle. And I close on this note. I shared it very briefly yesterday. There's an image that I think that Black people need to begin to put in their minds as a level of struggle, of a goose. And I'm gonna say the goose is the United States power, has a frog, which I'm gonna say is Black people, in its mouth. And that frog is that goose is trying to swallow the frog, as the U.S. is swallowing us in many ways. But that frog won't go all the way into the goose because the frog got that goose by the neck, like strangling the goose. I say, people, just when we talk about the economics, we have to strangle the economic. This is past a proportionate political representation, but we have to strangle this economic system with boycotts and refusal of our dollars to go into a system that day in and day in and day in and day in and keep punishing us as a people. So I say liberation in our lifetime. Anybody interested in the concept of what we're pushing, you have a copy of our newspaper. You can contact us. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the Black is Back Coalition. And we say, again, liberation in our lifetime. Thank you.
Uhuru. Reparations. 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 When do y'all want y'all reparations? Uhuru. All right, round of applause again for Zaki Baruti. Uhuru. So next we're going to have an electoral panel, and we're going to have the moderator to be Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We're going to invite to the stage Glenn Ford. Uhuru. Neely Bailey. Uhuru. Margaret Kimberly. Uhuru. Khalid Rahim from the New African Independence Party. Uhuru. So just a reminder, each speaker gets 15 minutes and then we move on to the next speaker. And then at the end of the panel, we're going to have questions and answers from the audience, questions from the audience, answers from the panel. Y'all know how that works. So if you have a question, you need to just raise your hand and then a mic will come to you. So don't speak until the mic comes to you because then nobody will be able to hear you. So while the panel is going on, if you need to write notes on the back of one of these papers or something like that to write your questions so you don't forget, and or type it on your phone, just so you have your question and you don't forget. We can make this a very interactive panel like it should be. Uhuru. Touch one. Uhuru.
Uhuru, brothers and sisters, I think this is an extraordinarily important panel discussion that we're going to be having now. For many people, our people in this country, this entire electoral process is really traumatic. There is an assumption that Donald Trump is the demon that's finally coming to wipe us out in many instances. And then some people are traumatized because they feel like the only option they have is to vote for Hillary Clinton. And people feel like they have to do that more out of fear than anything else, and many people do. I think it's really important that we have this discussion. We've got an incredibly important panel here. And we don't have a formal position as such, except that Black people ought to have our own power. That's what this convention is about. That's a statement of our position. But there are going to be nuances, I think, in what we hear coming from the different panelists who have been involved in trying to solve critical problems for our people and our communities in a number of ways and for a number of years. We have, and we've introduced in the past, Sister Nellie Bailey, who is on my far left. We often associated her with the Harlem Tennis Association, but she is a fierce warrior woman against imperialism, against selloutism, and all kinds of forces that have been trying to harm our community. She's been involved on a number of different fronts for a long period of time. And as I mentioned early on, she was one of the people who we could identify was able to see through the fog that came with the selection by white power of Barack Hussein Obama, and had initiated forums and things like that in Harlem and to try and expose that, and engaged in serious struggle with some pretty astute and long established militants in that city. Sister Margaret Kimberly is to her immediate right. Sister Margaret Kimberly, many of you may be familiar with her through Black Agenda Report. She's an extraordinary writer, but not just someone who handles prose, but handles ideas, particularly as they relate to the political issues confronting us as a people and confronting the world. She speaks in a very serious and profound way about the political questions that are out there and that cause so much confusion for so many people. She is laser clear and bringing her ideas before people. Comrade Khalid Rahim, who is of the New African Independence Party, and it speaks for itself. You talk about self-determination, that's what the issue of independence is about. You understand the organization is not called the New African Separatist Party, it's called the New African Independence Party. And I think it's important to say that because often when you have politics around self-determination, white power defines you as a separatist. But when they stole this land and codified that through a number of documents, they called it the Declaration of Independence, not the Declaration of Separation. So it's a very subjective response to Black people. You don't want to be with us anymore, is what they're saying. So something is wrong with us based on some assumption we don't want to be with white people. So we are separatists, but it's a national, it's the New African Independence Party. And they hosted, Brother Khalid was the first person, the convener of the Pennsylvania convention, state convention, bringing us to this place today. And then, of course, next to him is Comrade Glenn Ford, who was just here before you, and executive editor of the Black Agenda Report, and one of the founding members of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice and for Peace and Reparation. So this is our panel, and it's already stated. What we'll do is we ask each of the presenters to make a 15-minute presentation. And I know it's going to be tight, and because there's so much to say about this election, but we're going to have more opportunity after each person has spoken. Then I might raise some questions, and then it's important for you to talk, because there are all kinds of questions that I know that's out here in our community. And I'm hoping that none of the discussion has been of a nature that you would be so intimidated because you think your position is so out of pocket that you can't talk about it. I just think it's really important for us to have this discussion about this election and how we sum it up and what's being said, because it's been made extremely mysterious by all of the media and certainly by the candidates themselves and their organizations. So with that, I'd like to start off with Sister Nellie Bailey. I want to call her a Harlem Globetrotter. She is that, but she's an extraordinary leader. And for those of you who didn't hear her yesterday, you'll get a sense of what I'm talking about. Sister Nellie Bailey, Uhuru.
I just need to read my stuff. Thanks. Thanks so much.
Is that going to stay right there?
Yeah, I can put it down, right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Uhuru. I have this giant of a laptop up here because I couldn't find my little tablet, but I wanted to bring you as much factual information as possible based on data and not just speak extemporaneously off the top of my head, because this is indeed an important gathering, a learning experience for all of us. And I'm going to talk about gentrification. The poor and working class around the world are engaged in class warfare with finance capital for living space, a basic human right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948. It was the first time that countries, including the United States, agreed to a universal doctrine of human rights in the aftermath of World War II. Housing, whether it's affordable or not, is a basic human right. That, I believe, is number 12 in our 19-point platform. So you don't have to have a job to have housing. It is as basic as drinking water. and it is in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. Nationalizing the banks, which is also part of our platform. The Obama administration has accelerated the privatization of public housing, affordable housing of last resort for our people. And no matter where you live, St. Louis, and in Houston or in Mississippi or Alabama, we all know that they're moving to privatize public housing. As a matter of fact, they've gotten rid of public housing in New Orleans. They use that as an excuse. It was the Obama administration who bailed out the banks. Too big to fail, too big to jail, to the tune of $22 trillion for the subprime capitalist ripoff. While blacks suffered the greatest loss of black wealth in modern history, all of our wealth was wiped out generationally. Gentrification, coined by British sociologist Ruth Glass in 1964, based on her study of white working class neighborhoods. These neighborhoods suffered displacement in inner city London. By the way, that neighborhood or those neighborhoods is now where Tony Blair is living. Glass addressed the issue of class, but not race. Remember, these were working class white neighborhoods. But over the next 50 years, gentrification has morphed into a global scheme of massive displacement and upheaval of poor and working class people of color, motivated by an unbridled profit-driven greed unprecedented in modern history. Therefore, gentrification is really a misnomer that does not capture the rampant forces of ethnic cleansing sweeping through Black historic communities throughout this country. Mindy Fullilove, Dr. Mindy Fullilove, who's a psychiatrist, documented in her book, Root Shock, published in 2004, the destruction of 1,600 neighborhoods, primarily Black communities, all Black communities, because euphemistically, it was referred to as Negro removal. And this was in the 1960s. She was talking about neighborhoods such as Newark, Pittsburgh, and Roanoke. The late Neil Smith, a friend of mine who was a distinguished professor of anthropology and geography at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, and his book entitled The New Frontier, the New Urban Frontier, Gentrification in the Revanchist City, dismissed the conventional wisdom about the cause of gentrification that conveniently promotes it as converting urban decay into new chic, a predictable outcome of new white middle class tastes in urban centers in close proximity to transportation hubs. But Smith had a different idea, because really it is about finance capital. He presents gentrification as part of a much larger shift in the political, economic, and culture of the late 20th century. He documented the interconnections of urban policy, patterns of investment, eviction, and homelessness that produced uneven geographical development as a result of capital and the production of space. There are many layers in this uneven development. For example, in the 1970s, under the New York City administration of Abraham Bean, they adopted the policy of planned shrinkage, and it happened in Chicago and in other cities, which is the withdrawal of municipal services in, quote, impoverished neighborhoods, Black and Latino neighborhoods in New York City. That was in Harlem and the South Bronx. And we all remember that saying, that old adage that became headline news, the Bronx is burning. Remember when they burned down the Bronx? It wasn't the people, it was the landlords, because they were collecting on insurance. Roderick and Deborah Wallace, in their 1998 book, A Plague on Our House, indicted New York City's racist plutocracy for the decision to drastically cut municipal services, a decision that led to predictable and rampant urban collapse, spreading in the pattern of a pandemic plague. Under housing czar Roger Starr, this was under the Beam administration, he carried out the policy of planned shrinkage. And you know what Roger Starr said? And he said this publicly. He said that Blacks and Latinos should leave the city, that there were no longer jobs in the city. It was not an industrial city. They should go back to the South or wherever the hell they came from, but they should leave New York City. There was an outrage about his racism. He was promptly fired, but hired by the New York Times. So don't believe what you read in the New York Times. And this is the kind of neoliberalism rhetoric that Hillary Clinton is talking about today, and Bill de Blasio, who's the current mayor of New York City, in a city that has a homeless population of 68,000 people. 68,000, that's the homeless population. But who's getting the money for the housing? It's the landlords, and they ain't Black. Bill de Blasio is carrying out planned shrinkage under the banner of rezoning, which is upzoning. They have it in Harlem, they have it in the Bronx, 73 blocks along in the Bronx, and right now the main street in the Bronx. What? No, Jerome Avenue. Thank you, brother. Jerome Avenue, 73 blocks along Jerome Avenue, which is the commercial artery of the Bronx, and where there are small businesses that our platform talks about are being wiped out. And under Bill de Blasio, we've had about 1,000 small businesses in New York City that has been wiped out almost weekly. It's a lot going on there. Yolanda Ward, who was a Black housing activist in Washington, D.C., her seminal work, Spatial Deconcentration, it was published in 1979 for a national housing conference in Washington, D.C. And it exposed the federal government plan to disperse Blacks from major metropolis after urban rebellions exploded during the 1960s. The frequency and scope of the uprising sent shockwaves throughout the white ruling class, the U.S. plutocracy, the U.S. oligarchy, that established that most of the incidents, and I would like to add, most of those incidents were sparked by white racism and depraved indifference to life, human life, Black life, that we see every day. Because on an average, there's a Black person murdered by the police or by vigilante forces every day. And Malcolm X Grassroots has done a study on that. And if we go back to that period, just to give some context to Yolanda Ward, now there was July of 1967, the Detroit riots. And in the end, now this is what they were looking at the time, 33 Blacks and 10 whites were killed, 1,189 injured, and over 7,200 arrested. Over 7,000 people arrested. Property damage was estimated at $32 million. Detroit was the largest urban rebellion in the 1960s. And then following Detroit, there was the Harlem Rebellion in 1964 that spread it to Bedford-Stuyvesant. I was just talking with the brother, and you wouldn't recognize Bed-Stuy anymore, up to Rochester, New York. And that was, and then the Watts Rebellion in 1965, the Newark, New Jersey Rebellion in 1967, and it brought and then of course DC in 1968. So these urban rebellions so alarmed the establishment, the white ruling class, that the White House, that the House Un-American Affairs Committee pressured President Lyndon Johnson to suspend the U.S. Constitution and declare martial law in the cities, but Johnson refused. The urban rebellions demanding political and socioeconomic inclusion, which is what we're calling today Black self-determination, because that's what they were talking about in the 60s and in the 70s and in the 80s. And that's why we had people like Chairman Yasha Taylor and others out there, Glenn Ford, who is a member of the Black Panther Party. In this climate, LBJ established an 11-member National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorder, commonly referred to as the Kerner Report, and that was in July of 1967. The Kerner Commission report, released in March of 1968, summary concluded that the nation was moving toward two separate and unequal societies. But ironically, and this came out before this broke out, this report rather came out as urban rebellions broke out in 100 cities after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King on April 4th in 1968. Now, beneath the piety of separate but unequal society in the Kerner Report were a rather Machiavellian theory that was being developed. The final solution as a program was called spatial deconcentration. Analyzing causation was less important than developing strategies to prevent future rebellions. Their reasoning, according to Yolanda Ward, quote, the ghettos were thinning out. They wanted to thin out the ghettos, and the chances of a cataclysmic explosion that could destroy the American way of life, the Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton way of life that is separate and unequal, Black and white separately. And certainly we have come to realize that Obama, there is no white America, there's no Black America, there is only one America. That lie has fallen on its face time and time and time again. Now, the next problem they had to solve after spatial deconcentration was, how are we going to get these Black people to move out of this city? So they turned to the Rand Corporation, and that's another long story. We can talk about that some other time. So the Rand Corporation, which developed the theory of spatial deconcentration, which is Black dispersal from the inner cities, well, the Rand Corporation came up with Section 8, because you have to have an enticement to get these people out of the urban areas. Now, it's important to note, this is very important to note, the high proportion of the 11-member commission that served on the commission, and their contracting strategies were with the military or the paramilitary, and they were mostly men. The chairman of the commission, Otto Kerner, was governor of Illinois, and at the time of the report, he had been a major general in the Army. New York City Mayor John Lindsay, that had served on the political committee of NATO Parliamentarian Conference. You know, NATO, the one that is perched at the doorstep of Russia, that NATO that is fighting the proxy wars of for the U.S. government. Yolanda Ward wrote at the time, quote, no less than 30 police departments were represented on or before the commission by their chiefs or by their deputy chiefs. 12 generals representing various branches of the armed services appeared before the commission and served as contractors. The second problem was how to pay for it, and we've talked about the Section 8, and Johnson enacted these policy. That's why we have the Section 8 vouchers and all of the other stuff that's going on. Now, let's talk a little bit about Yolanda Ward and what happened to her. Yolanda Ward, who was a young woman, was shot to death on November 2nd, 1980 in Washington, D.C., allegedly by her friends who were with her. She was with two other friends. They said 2 well-dressed white men who assassinated her. Now, the Washington Post said, well, she was assassinated by this young black guy. Now, if she's with 3 other people and they're coming out of a restaurant or a party or wherever it was, why would she end up being shot to death? They didn't take any money. So I'll leave it to you to come up with that. Today's gentrification tool is rezoning, a public policy of displacement embraced by the New York City plutocracy, a minority dominated by the city council. Well, let me just close this out and just with a couple of things. In New York City, we have a New York City council in a city that is predominantly Black and Latino. The New York City Council is predominantly Black and Latino. When Charles Barron, who has spoken here, was serving in the city council, he tried to get those Negroes to seize power instead of this white woman, Christine Quinn, who's even worse than Hillary Clinton. No, you can't get worse than Hillary, who's just as bad as Hillary. Charles Barron tried to get these folks to seize control of the New York City Council. And he said, listen, you don't have to vote for me. You don't have to do anything, but now is the time. Do you know that those Negroes refused and they turned against Charles Barron? They turned against him. Just as we heard today about those so-called Black revolutionaries in New York City and around the country who voted for Obama. I know personally because they ostracized me for 4 years, but when Gaddafi went into Africa, they said, oh, you've gone too far. What is this? What is this? Because Obama allegedly gave them a wink and a nod. And you know they drank the Kool-Aid on that one. Just very quickly about Harlem, just to give you just a capsize a view of Harlem. Harlem, a historic Black community, is no longer predominantly African American. They have, and we need proportionate representation, which is part of the platform, because they have redrawn the districts of Harlem that stretches all the way up to the Bronx and into the white neighborhood. And so who we have now as the congressional representative is a Dominican immigrant. Now, I've gotten against that, but the man has made it very clear that he sees this as a seat for the Dominican government. I don't think that bodes very well for us, not at all. We have told those Negro politicians in Harlem for decades, for at least 2 decades, you are cutting off your nose to spite your face. That's what you're doing, because now that whites are increasingly the dominant or becoming the dominant population in Harlem, they've got no use for these Negroes, because in the past, they demanded a piece of every dollar that came into New York City. And so they said no. And so the New York Times came out against Charlie Rangel and said, we're going to expose you for the fraud and the crook that you are. Now, everybody has known that Charlie has been corrupt for decades. I mean, is that news to anybody? He accepted more money from real estate developers than any other person in Congress. But the New York Times want to get rid of the old guard in Harlem, because they need to replace that old guard with a more manageable, integrated New Guard in Harlem. And the New Harlem now, if you go down 125th Street, major corporations, no unions allowed. You go into one of those stores and you see one of the young Black brothers or sisters, you say, is this a union shop? And they look at you and say, huh, what are you talking about? What are you talking, union shop? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. How many minutes? Is that it for me? Huh? Okay. All right, that's it. I hope that you will ask me some questions in the Q&A. And oh, by the way, one last thing. Carver National Bank, which was the oldest Black bank in the country, is now owned and controlled by Wall Street. And the Black shareholders own about 2 or 3% of the shares of the bank. That's the New Harlem. Thank you.
Hello, Uhuru. Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Kimberly from Black. Oh, introduce.
I got to and representing Black is Back coalition. In fact, that's where that banner between the red, black, and green there comes from. And when I got there, I saw this newspaper written in Russian that I don't read. And there was this picture of this African woman, and it said, Black is Back Coalition. It was Sister Margaret. So I just wanted to say that.
Yes. That was an amazing experience. I was there as almost 2 years ago, December 2014, with a delegation from United National Anti-War Coalition. Joe Lombardo is sitting here and other people, and I bring greetings from them as well. Thank you so much, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, for inviting me for a second year to speak here about Black self-determination and about this election, which mercifully will be over in about 48 hours. So we're just 2 days away from this presidential election, and the farcical nature of our so-called democracy has never been clearer. Because we live in a nation with a sham political system. 2 parties, one far right, the other center right, compete for votes from people whose interests they have no intention of representing. They both work for the interest of the ruling classes, the 1%, the lords of capital, call them what you will. They don't represent the interests of Black people or of any working people, yet the Democrats have still managed to sell themselves as a savior of Black Americans. Even though they take part in the evisceration of our human rights just as much, and when given the opportunity to correct these wrongs, refuse to do so, they still get support from most of our people. So here we are in 2016, still dealing with the Clintons, the very evil, supposedly lesser evils. And I think back to 1992 when Bill Clinton ran the first time, and he said of his wife, "You'll get 2 for the price of 1." And I didn't know how true that was at the time. And here we are, 25 years later, ready to see Slick Willie Part 2, or Slick Wilhelmina, I sometimes call her. And she's a candidate of Wall Street and of the War Party. And let's not make any mistakes, she worked with her husband every step of the way as he used the war on drugs to fill the prisons with Black people and make Republican dreams come true by ending the 60-year entitlement to public assistance. She also practiced open race baiting against the equally awful Barack Obama in 2008. Who else remembers her comment about getting support from, quote, the good, hardworking white people, unquote? And yet we're exhorted to put her in office. Donald Trump, her opponent, is a living embodiment of the white people's party. While other Republicans appeal to racism with winks and nudges, Trump is very open in calling Mexican immigrants all rapists and murderers. He may say that he's opposed to regime change as foreign policy, but then he says we should take the oil. So his racism, misogyny, and all-around piggishness are anathema to most people. And that's why Hillary Clinton wanted him as her opponent, lost to anyone else. So, but a funny thing has happened during the election season. Her corruption was revealed by WikiLeaks and unknown hackers who proved the depth of the Democratic Party's treachery and callousness towards the millions of people who believe they work towards their interests. And we have to say that we owe a great debt of thanks to Julian Assange. We already did. He's held prisoner in the Ecuadorian embassy in London because the United States is committed to snatching him up, as they've done with Chelsea Manning and others. And it was clear to anybody paying attention that the Democrats are like the Republicans, the errand boys and girls of the ruling classes. But the release of the DNC emails shows just how crooked they are, and I urge you all to take a look at the contents if you have not already. Just think about their determination to defeat Bernie Sanders. Now, Sanders is certainly no socialist, no revolutionary, but even his reformist proposals were unacceptable to the Democratic Party, and they were determined to crush him and secure the nomination for Hillary, who, as she said in one of her speeches to Goldman Sachs, that she has a private position and a public position on issues. And this is the person who's supposed to be our savior. And I do believe she'll win on Tuesdays, but the cracks have begun to show. Let's consider the other email scandal. She has so many. As Secretary of State, she never used the State Department computer server system, never. That's kind of odd. Everybody who works uses their employer's computer system. But that was a problem for her because she was still doing the business of the Clinton Foundation, which is an international influence peddling slush fund. And she couldn't risk having her email subpoenaed by Congress, so she tried to have it both ways. And of course got caught because she isn't very good at being slick, which she should know by now. But the Trump phenomena trumps her unethical behavior, and we're told to ignore it and excuse it and do anything to prevent a Trump presidency. Most people believe they only have the choice of choosing between Trump or Clinton, and they do so out of fear. It's like thinking that the earth is flat, and if you go too far, you're gonna fall off. So voting Green or for some other party or resurrecting the National Black Independent Party seems like falling off the edge of the world. But it's clear the Democrats have to be eradicated like an illness. And that's certainly true for Black people who, instead of recognizing and using our political power, we pledge allegiance to people who are in league with, who are our enemies. Now, yes, for the past 8 years, I've been castigating Black people for the blind allegiance to Obama, but I now see that it's not just him. I see this allegiance exhibited towards Hillary too, and that is because we fear the Republicans more than anything else. We are very defensive in our political thinking, such as it is. So anyone who advocates voting for another party, creating a new party, or using a variety of mass action tactics is lambasted as a Trump-supporting spoiler, instead of as someone who is ready to bring about true change. The Democratic Party has to be abandoned and replaced with a progressive party or parties. It's certainly doable, but the belief in a flat political world keeps many of us imprisoned and doing the same thing over and over while expecting a different result. The Democrats aren't even a true political party. They're more like a PR firm who market a product to consumers. Let's look at what happened in 2009 and 2010 when they controlled the White House and both houses of Congress. Did we get card check that would have made it easier for workers to unionize? No. Did we get Medicare for all? No. Obamacare bailed out the health insurance and pharmaceutical companies, left millions of people still without coverage, and in some cases it's so expensive that people are going without coverage at all. What about the minimum wage? $15 an hour is the cry. And Democrats are only saying it now because Republicans control Congress and they can't do it anyway. But this $15 an hour figure, which by the way is still not a living wage, this happened only because workers took to the streets. And but when Democrats controlled Congress, they could have made the minimum wage anything they wanted, but it only went up 70 cents. Did we get more wars under the Democrats? Yes, we did. In 2016, America is bombing or has bombed 7 different countries. Can you name them? I won't make you think about it. Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, and Pakistan have all been bombed at some point by the United States this year. And people are still defending the Democrats. Trump may say he'll build an even higher wall at the border with Mexico, but it's Barack Obama who's deported more people than all other presidents combined. So we're going to have to bring Hillary to heel, as she famously said, because Trump has succeeded in tearing the Republican Party apart. And that would be good news if Bernie Sanders had fought the good fight and helped tear the Democrats apart too. But as we predicted at Black Agenda Report, he played the part of the sheepdog, exciting progressives and then herding them into the Democratic camp. The end result is that Hillary Clinton claims to be the candidate of Goldman Sachs and of Black America and of some people who call themselves anti-war. And that is why we must talk about self-determination, because under her presidency, we will have one-party government in her big tent, and that is a hallmark of fascism. This country promotes the quadrennial duopoly sham for the express purpose of closing off our options, of giving us the impression that there is no other way to be political actors. Let us remember our own history and the demonstrations, sit-ins, teach-ins, freedom schools, and rebellions that changed our lives for the better. But that's why we're being urged to forget those days. If we live up to that legacy, we might just say the world is round and that we won't fall off if we get rid of the Democrats once and for all. So here we are. Anybody who thinks of not voting for Hillary is told not to. It's going to be Trump. Or, well, if you live in a safe state, a red state or a blue state, you can. But everybody must, because you'll hurt Hillary otherwise. But we must be dedicated to hurting Hillary. If you live in a swing state, you must hurt Hillary. She must be deprived of a landslide and a claim to privatize Social Security or start World War III or anything else she can contemplate. We must begin the process of getting rid of the Democrats. Now, if you want to know what self-determination looks like, just notice what's happening in Standing Rock, North Dakota. The steadfastness of the people there and their allies has made a difference. Obama said he's now considering the possibility of rerouting that pipeline that will threaten their water supplies and their sacred sites. And if this does happen, it won't be out of the goodness of his heart. It will be because people fought back. There was no election. There was just a fight, a sustained fight. My glasses on, I don't know. Okay. And for the record, let's just talk about how bad our country is. We have more people incarcerated and a greater percentage of our population incarcerated than any other country on earth. Last year, at least 1,100 people, an average of 3 every day, were killed by the police. And none of those police were successfully prosecuted. And that is the definition of fascism. And I believe, I heard O'Malley say, you define fascism as white people fearing they'll be treated like black people. Am I correct? Is that what you said? It sounds like something you said, so you can claim it. So Trump can't bring fascism here because we already have it. So the Clinton victory will put Wall Street in the same tent with people like us. I hope nobody here. The Republican Party will be split in figuring out its direction. So the Democrats, who aren't our friends, will be the center of political power. Fascism, however defined, is more than an obnoxious man speaking to a redneck audience. It can be smooth-talking Ivy Leaguers who buy in, support, and get money from some of the worst people in the world. And exercising self-determination also means being discerning about the information you receive. If there's an unrelenting media attack on a person or nation, you must assume that the US government is telling lies and is up to no good. So I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the bogeyman in this election, Vladimir Putin and the Russian government. Is there anything not blamed on Putin? And you may not know anything about him or Russia, but I can assure you of a couple of things. One, the corporate media take their cues from the White House. If the White House suddenly said that flowers came out of Vladimir Putin's backside, the New York Times would say so too. When they say he is Satan, they're repeating administration talking points word for word. But it's the US that has provoked and instigated every conflict with that country. We know that the US abetted the coup against the elected president of Ukraine, a country which borders Russia. Would an American president say nothing if Putin instigated a coup in Mexico or Canada? Of course not. Let's recall what happened with Grenada, a tiny island in the Caribbean, which chose to ally itself with Cuba, and they were crushed. But this history is too inconvenient to be remembered. Instead, the US goes on a spree of destruction around the world, and Russia and others are left to react and try to protect themselves as best they can. In Syria, American-backed terrorists from ISIS and al-Nusra, that's al-Qaeda, by the way, are holding the people of East Aleppo and other cities hostage. But what are Americans told? That President Assad is a modern-day Hitler and Putin is his friend Hitler Jr. This war has been going on for 5 years. After Hillary Clinton destroyed Libya and laughed about killing Gaddafi. By the way, Reagan, someone mentioned it, tried to kill Gaddafi, but it's a Democrat who did it. So the US never cared about any other nation's democratic efforts. So even if it were true that Russia was hijacking our election, it would be nothing more than the pot meeting the kettle. So Hillary Clinton blathers on and on about a no-fly zone over Syria, which is certainly a cause for war. So who's the fascist? When we march, we say this is what democracy looks like. When we meet together today, we are showing the world what self-determination looks like. Voting for our enemies is not self-determination. Believing what they print and broadcast is not self-determination. Thinking that electoral politics is the only road to liberation is not self-determination. And we don't even have to have all the answers or know all the steps that we're going to take, but we certainly should know what we should stop doing. And on Wednesday, after someone is declared the president-elect, our struggle will not be over. We know that the fight to determine our fate won't end. And whoever is inaugurated in January must be shown what the fight for liberation and self-determination looks like. Thank you very much.
But Khalid,
so I'm just going to say thank you all. Uhuru, all power to the people, and free the land, and certainly free all the political prisoners. I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful to be here in your presence this afternoon. My name is Brother Khalid Rahim. I represent New African Independence Party. We're based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Don't hold that against us for you folks who don't like the Steelers. But moving along, because you know this is Sunday, I got to talk about that. Even in a socialist society, we can have the people own all the professional football teams and basketball teams. We can look at the model up in Green Bay where they have some collective ownership. We'll take it from there. But what I like to talk about seriously is I like to commend everyone for the analysis that's been given so far. But what I'd like to put more focus on is what we can start to prepare to do, right, November the 9th. And so we have to really look ahead and look at how important it is to develop independent Black political systems and institutions that can best represent the interests of Black folk, African folks, New African folk, right? We need to look at how we can kind of put it all together and make sure that we support the 19 points in terms of Black self-determination, right? Make sure that we can organize the systems and structures that could further an agenda so we can realize proportional political representation. So we gotta like focus more on not just the rhetoric, but how do we transform the rhetoric into social reality? And so that should be the primary focus, I believe, as we wrap up this particular discussion and as we look towards the future come November the 9th. So before we can talk about making the transition, one of the most important things is to deal with some things around definition. So many people define politics as just electoral politics. You know, candidates parade themselves back and forth. We make a decision, we go into a booth, we push a button, we pull a lever. For us, we define politics as everything. I was having a very enlightened conversation earlier this morning at breakfast with Comrade Diop, Comrade Lisa, and another brother whose name I can't recall. And we were talking about politics. And for us, we realized that everything is political. And that's one of the things that we teach within the NAIP. Everything is political because politics determines who picks up your trash and garbage and whether or not it gets picked up on time. Politics determine how the police deal with you and your neighborhood. Do they knock on your door or do they come kicking in and shooting? Do they act like police officers or do they act like pigs? So everything is really political. And we say that's the way we have to live our lives. Everything is politics for us. It's a lot bigger and a lot larger than just pushing a button or pulling a lever. So we got to prepare ourselves for November the 9th, because November the 8th is basically a done deal. And we got to prepare ourselves for the next round of presidential debate. I want to make sure that once again, that some of you are running for office locally as well as nationally. But the first step, again, we got to prepare ourselves. And for us, that means we got to define who our enemies are and how we need to approach those enemies. And that's where political education comes in. And all of us, I'm sure we can testify personally, all of us are the direct beneficiaries of political education, regardless of what our political pasts may have been like. And so here we are today, transformed brothers and sisters who can give back to the community, and brothers and sisters who can push the agenda for Black self-determination and for revolutionary transformation. And we all know that starts with us, right? We know that we need individuals to make up the organizations, but it's organizations that make up the movements, and it's the movements that make the revolution. With that said, I'd like to concede my time for question and answers. And all power to the people, free the land, Uhuru.
Uhuru. It's hard to get clearer than that. Brother Glenn Ford is running too. I wish I had known. He's got bus to catch, and because we could have had him go earlier, you know.
But that still wouldn't have speeded up our schedule, and we are behind. And also, you've heard enough from me today. But anybody who reads Black Agenda Report knows that we favor a vote for the Green Party in this election. There is no Black party on the ballot in lots of states, so that is a moot point. The Green Party's platform is a genuinely left social democratic platform. It's way more socialist than Bernie Sanders is, even though Bernie Sanders calls himself socialist and Jill Stein does not call herself a socialist. But the Green Party's platform certainly is to the left of what even people imagined Bernie Sanders was. And she calls her platform a power to the people platform. So that endears one to her in a certain way, folks like me. There are two overriding reasons, I think, to support the Green Party in this election season. One is the imminent danger of the demise of all human and other life on Earth with a mandate to Hillary Clinton. I'm confident that she is going to win, but the question is, will she get such a landslide of votes that she declares she has a mandate for whatever policies she might pull out of her butt, and including, of course, her proposal that there be a no-fly zone over Syria, which would immediately mean war with Russia, or what most folks don't understand, but was explained to us by the previous Secretary of Defense Gates with the invasion, the attack on Libya, that a no-fly zone is not just a declaration. A no-fly zone, if it is operative mandates, according to US military doctrine, that the United States take out, destroy all of the aircraft and all of the anti-aircraft weapons and systems of the country or the region that it's declared a no-fly zone over. And in Syria, those anti-aircraft positions, and especially the advanced systems, are manned by Russians, and they are guarded by Russian Marines. And this doesn't even address the issue of international law. I guess not, because the United States does not recognize international law. But we are this close to a kind of nuclear potential confrontation. And so I think that this alignment of forces in Syria creates a greater danger of nuclear war than the Bay of Pigs ever did, because you have all these moving parts in there, especially these moving parts of US financed and directed jihadists who are wild cards in anybody's estimation. So this is an existential danger to human and other life on the planet, and that requires not giving Hillary Clinton a mandate. At this juncture in history, it's also true that 2 out of every 3 Americans consider the person who is almost certainly going to be the next president of the United States, that is Hillary Clinton, to be dishonest and untrustworthy. And they think even worse about her opponent, Donald Trump. So clearly, there is a crisis of legitimacy in this system, and we should not discourage this crisis of legitimacy by rushing to add to the mandate of Hillary Clinton. But I think that the most important reason to support the Green Party on Tuesday has to do with duopoly. That is, a vote for the Green Party is a vote against the duopoly system. And it is this duopoly system that has everybody in a trap, but it is a double trap for Black people. And the reason is that in the real United States of America, there has always been, and this goes back even to before emancipation, there has always been a white man's party. Now, by a white man's party, I'm not talking about just a party that's full of racists, because if that was the criteria, then all the United States parties have been white man's parties, but that's not what I mean. I mean, by a white man's party, the party whose organizing principle is white supremacy, whose appeal to the masses is, look at us, we are the white supremacist party. And that's how they build their mass base. And for most of the country's history, the white man's party was the Democratic Party. And then very late in the game, when I was a teenager, it became the Republican Party, and they switched sides. But still, the truth is that there is always a white man's party. And if there always has been, and all indications are that there always will be, a white man's party, then to the extent that we have duopoly, only 2 parties, that forces Black people, if they are going to participate in the duopoly system, it forces them into the non-white man's party, the other party, the one whose organizing principle is not white supremacy, no matter how ineffective or even hostile to Black interests it really is. And that is the double trap. And that double trap is what we're in right now. And it is this double trap is what has created this Black misleadership class. You certainly weren't going to get a Black political misleadership class out of the Republican Party, because that's the white man's party. So if there's going to be any large-scale Black electoral political activity as blossomed in the 60s. It's going to be in the Democratic Party unless you fight the duopoly. Our struggle for self-determination is primarily an internal struggle in Black America. And that means that our enemies are in the Democratic Party. And that's why you don't hear us, certainly not at Black Agenda Report, ranting and raving in detail against the Republican Party, because we're not in the Republican Party. And that's not about our internal struggle. If we could win our internal struggle in Black America, then we could take on any array of forces that they put up against us. But we can't do anything if we're crippled by this Trojan horse of a Black misleadership class, almost all of them Democrats. So that's who our enemy is internally. The Black misleadership class, as represented not just in elected office, but primarily in elected office. And here's how bad they really are. This is where they showed, I believe, their real hand, and they may not show it again so blatantly. But in June of 2014, an amendment came before the full Congress that would have halted the Pentagon's role in the militarization of the police. It would have stopped those transfers of weapons from the Pentagon to the local police. There were 40 Black members of Congress. I exclude the Republican. There were 40 Black Democratic members of Congress who could vote on the House floor for that. Of those 40, 27 voted against the amendment. That is, they voted for the continued militarization of the police. 5 abstained, and they knew damn well that was the same as voting against the amendment. So that's 32 of the 40 Blacks in the U.S. Democrats in the U.S. House of Representatives voted for the continued militarization of our police. That's 80% of our folks in Congress. So obviously there is no loyalty in the CBC, or 20% on that issue, loyalty to Black folks in the Congressional Black Caucus. I don't care how many individual members you want to count up and say that's our representatives in Congress. When they vote like that, they're not representing us. And they're all Democrats. 2 months after that vote, Michael Brown got shot down in Ferguson. And we saw the emergence of that young, and we hope new and vibrant movement. And you didn't hear any more from those 32 who voted for the continued militarization of the police on that issue. They want people to forget that's how they voted. In a very short space of time, that became an embarrassment. But remember, only a little more than 2 years ago, they weren't even embarrassed to vote that way. And they showed their true colors, and we can never, ever forgive them. But what we see developing now, and I think we've had some real glimpses of it in this electoral season, is that there is revulsion among much of the young folks that they call millennials, including Black millennials, who are reacting to this unfolding political scene in very different ways because of the 2 years that have transpired since Michael Brown, and are ready to break with the duopoly. Certainly, we want to encourage that. You know, when they were calling it the Black Lives Matter movement, a big umbrella term that didn't really explain what organization people actually belonged to, and certainly didn't trace the splits that have occurred among the folks who called themselves Black Lives Matter. But when they started meeting with these presidential candidates as a prelude to endorsement, and that was very, very clear that folks were getting ready to endorse, or else why are you having these meetings? Black Agenda Report denounced them and shamed them as much as we could to try to scare them off from joining the duopoly at this early stage of what looked like a promising movement. And I think that we collectively succeeded. We of course were working as well within the coalition of the Black is Back coalition. And so a portion of the folks who call themselves Black Lives Matter, the DeRay McKesson faction and such, have endorsed Hillary, but the folks in the movement for Black Lives have not endorsed. And that in itself is a damn victory. That we have a movement that didn't jump at the first opportunity, or were shamed into not jumping into bed at the first opportunity with the duopolists. I think that a vote for the Green Party encourages, even though the Green Party is not Black, but our brother, who is also an editor of Black Agenda Report, Ajamu Baraka, damn sure is Black, but the Green Party can't be described as anything but a predominantly white formation, but its existence and its challenge to the duopoly from the left encourages independent Black political activity just by them being there beating on that duopoly door. So that's our position. Thank you.
Uhuru. Thanks to Comrade Glenn Ford, and I don't know how long he'll be able to be here, but I hope for a while. And I also really want to encourage discussion with this illustrious panel that we have access to. And you've probably been dismayed to have been forced to look at talking heads on TV trying to explain what the hell is going on with the election, and it's not been informative at all. I mean, you leave there scratching your head and really not being informed. I do want to say that I think that we have to repeat that this election is happening during a serious crisis of the whole imperialist system. White power is experiencing severe crisis, and it's reflected in the election. And part of the crisis has to do with the fact that everybody wants their stuff back. Everybody wants to be free, that you got a parasitic social system. Capitalism is a parasite, born parasitic of slavery, colonialism, and what have you. And whole systems have been established in order to protect and maintain capitalism. And now you got peoples all around the world. That's why you have permanent warfare everywhere. Everybody place, people are trying to take back their future. I don't care what you call them. I don't care if you call them ISIS or whatever. The fact is that when we talk about Lebanon, that was a border that was drawn by white people. England and France created Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia and all those other territories where people are, and then they put these stooges that's loyal to them in power. So there's a crisis of imperialism that's happening. And I think it's important for us to also say that when you look at this country and they're having an election, more than half, at one point, nearly 70% of the people in the country said that they didn't think the country was heading in the right direction, right? So then how do you change the direction that the country is going in? Well, you have an election, right? And in this instance, you're talking about a presidential election. But if you look at how both Clinton and Trump are polling, at one time, something like 60% of the electorate had a negative view of Trump, and 59% had a negative view of Clinton. So the majority of people despise both Trump and Clinton, and the majority of the people think that the country is going in the wrong direction. If that's the case, then what is the tool that they have to change the direction that the country is going in? And I'm saying there's a serious crisis here, that when we talk about being engaged politically,
we have to recognize that and also contemplate how do we take advantage of a crisis of a rotten, foul social system. It's not just getting elected, it's how do we take advantage so we bring this sucker down because it's causing misery and oppression to the peoples of the world. That's something that we have to factor into. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm planning to govern. I'm organizing to govern. I'm organizing so that we can take control of our own future. And so we see the elections as something that facilitates this process of being in power, not just to get anybody elected, but how do we use this contradiction that white power is experiencing as something that will take us to power? And that's something, which is why we're here, which is really why we're having this discussion. And so I think that's really important. And I'm also happy that people mention what is happening internationally. When you look at what the US is doing with Russia and what it's doing with China, that's something that's not being spoken of that much too. I mean, it's playing war games, you know, with China. It's challenging China in a very serious way. You're talking about Russia and China. These are incredible, and they're doing it out of desperation. Don't let anybody convince you they're doing it because they're so powerful. They're doing it because they're trying to defend everything that they've stolen over a long period of time, and then there's competition in the international arena that they can't deal with. That's what we're looking at. When we talk about the struggle that we're engaged in right here, we're talking about the U.S. as how it's trying to engage on so many different fronts out in the world because of an erosion of power and influence. So how do we take advantage of that? I think it's really important for us to consider that in this discussion. So I want to appreciate the presenters, and I want to open it up so that we can have some discussions. Sister Lisa, discipline us. It is now 3:30. We're running overtime. How much time we got? Because we got some more important forces who have to speak as well. It's 3:30. Yeah, that's good. Is a sister here who was shot in the head in Ferguson by the police? Where is she? May I see your hand? That's all right. You don't have to get her now. I just want to know if she was here because I had expected her to speak on yesterday, and it just came to me that it didn't happen. No, that we can. I'm going to go through this and yeah. So please, we want to open it up. And how is this process working? Is there a mic out there or what? There's a microphone over here. Yeah, over here. Please, if you have any intervention, please get to the mic and so that we can expedite it. And let's try to be, concise and relatively short in what it is that we want to raise. And please, no campaign speeches for Hillary. You know, in 1972, there was a meeting in Youngstown, Ohio. Wasn't that Youngstown? In 1972, there was Gary, Indiana. Yeah. So a national Black Agenda conference happened. 7,000 people attended that conference. And one of the things that killed that conference, killed the outcome, they put some interesting kind of platform, was the Democrats. Because the Negroes who held it, so many of them were tied to the Democratic Party almost before the ink dried on the demands that they made. They had to start double crossing because the Democratic Party was concerned about Black people going in its own direction. And it forced those Negro politicians to backtrack on everything that they said. That's the reality. So yes, brother.
Uhuru family, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
My only question is, I really felt you on the Green Party, voting for the Green Party. I want to know, what about the Liberal Party? I did a little research on Gary Johnson, and the whole election was confusing.
You mean Libertarian Party?
Yes. Yeah, I just don't, with everything up in the air, you don't know who to vote for. So I did a little research on everyone else that was still in the election. And I looked at Gary Johnson. I seen a lot of his things, and he seemed to be a, okay, kind of down to earth person, not like Trump, not like Hillary. And I didn't know a lot about Jill Stein either. So what about the Liberation Party?
Anybody?
Party?
Libertarian.
Libertarian
Yeah.
Party. Libertarian Party.
Okay.
It's good for you to look into these things and investigate everyone. Libertarian Party, they're just conservatives. That's all they are. They're, with their name, they give an impression of being like a free thinkers parties, but they are conservatives. There are certain things they're differ from on Republicans. Issues like abortion, they don't believe in making that illegal. They're less concerned with foreign interventions, but they're just very conservative. They want to kill the social safety net. So just remember that about Gary Johnson, who was a former Republican governor, by the way. So he's just a Republican trying to market himself. Jill Stein, who I already voted for by absentee ballot. Glenn, I think, gave you a good idea of the Green Party and what they stand for: a Green New Deal, no more interventions, no U.S. troops abroad, reparation. Yes, so they are. I would urge you to give them a good look. I don't know what states you live on, but they're in the ballot in 44 or 45 states.
Oh, I'm in Missouri.
Okay, I believe they're on the ballot there. I'll let others speak.
As Margaret said, the Libertarian is a reactionary party. As a matter of fact, I would call it a right-wing party. And most people are confused by the word libertarian as if it implies liberal, but that is not the case. And a telling moment with Gary Johnson. I mean, I'm not trying to speak derisively. He is for the legalization of pot, but he's generally known as a pothead, is when he had one of those pot moments when they asked him about Aleppo and he said, he went blank. Aleppo, what are you talking about? So I think that should be an indication. I don't want to take it down to another level, but Jill Stein, I think, is the best candidate. She, she's sort of the best that's out here, but I think what we have to work for, and the reason I'm voting for Jill Stein, is that we have to create an alternative to the duopoly system. So we need a third party path. And right now, the Green Party represents the best of that. And as Jamu Baraka, her Black vice presidential candidate, said, hey, listen, if we can have that third party wave, my description of it, whether it's a Black independent party or whatever, we're down, because anything better than the Democratic Party. And then once that collapses, so does the Black Miss Leadership class, and maybe Sharpton won't get another TV spot,
Right. Yes, brother.
Thank you. I agree with everything that was said before me. I think basically, brothers and sisters, to help you all make a decision, look at the 19 points.
Yeah.
Look at the 19 points based on what we have today in terms of self-determination. So look at the 19 points, use that as your guide, compare that with the platform of any respective presidential candidate, and just do a numbers game. As many things from their platform that lines up with our platform, check it off. If it's over 50%, vote for them. If it ain't, later for them.
Right on. Uhuru, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, Uhuru. That's the point. I mean, we got the 19 points. That should inform our practice. It's not just some kind of empty exercise, but it should inform our practice. Yes, Mafrika.
How you doing? My name is Adoni. Brothers and sisters, I appreciate it. My question is, I got kind of a series of questions, but I'm gonna ask one.
Please ask one, because
well, it looks like we're trying to move towards the future, and education has always been like a formidable opponent to back our white oppressors off. So my question to all of you is, what resources and tools are we going to give people to make them feel that they have enough power to compete in elections? I mean, what are we going to give our state candidates and governors? What kind of resources are we going to give them in order so they can say, you know what, I want to run for office?
Okay, come on, brother. The one thing I want to say to that is that the steering committee did meet yesterday. Yeah, we talked about, the steering committee did meet, and we're going to establish a school, a 2-day school to train people in our communities and what have you, how to run for office, to do it effectively, techniques and stuff like that. And then also, and because we have that expertise, and also even how, well, the whole gamut of things that's associated with running for office, because there are people among us, you know, who need to be able to do that from local levels throughout the thing, run for school board, run for city council, run for mayor, and run on these 19 points everywhere we are throughout this country. So we're going to be having a school. We just haven't determined when that's going to be yet, but we will be able to say something soon.
Appreciate it.
Also, electoral politics is a platform that we use to push for revolution. We all agree that revolution is not going to come from me, successful candidate in office. Revolution has to come from the street, right? It just makes it better to facilitate the revolutionary process when we have revolutionary officials and politicians in office. So we can move just from strictly traditional protest politics into policy and into policy that is written by revolutionaries. Right now, the situation that most find ourselves in is we march, we protest, we demonstrate, we throw bricks, we throw bottles, we present our list of demands to the council, to the governor, to the mayor. Then they create policy after hearing us out, but they don't represent our politics. You see what I'm saying? The majority of them are still members of that duopoly. So we want to bust that open. So we want to march, protest, demonstrate, shoot back, throw bottles, throw bricks, and then present our demands to our people who will then help us put together the policy. So that's what we're trying to do, okay? The other thing is that running for office has to be connected to an active movement for social change and revolution, right? So it's not just about running for office every 2, 4, 6 years like the pigs do. It's about making sure that in between those elections, the people know who we are because we feed them, we clothing them, we educating them, we protecting them, and we defending them. So our politics is a politics of revolution and not a politics of piggishness. So that's where we coming from.
I think your question begs another question is if you run in these local elections, you have to run a registered party. I mean, that's what you're really talking about, and we can't avoid that. So what do? Now, one of the things that the Green Party has talked about, and it's an active initiative of their platform, is to run in local elections. And that's how they see building the party as a membership base, because we had the Freedom Party in New York City, but started by Charles Barron, but you can't run on it. So what are you going to do? You're going to run as a Democrat. And if you run as a Democrat, they have the Democratic clubs, and that's sewed up with their folks. So you run on the Green Party. So there has to be, the system is so rigged that you have to try to get on the ballot in one of the established parties, and that is why we need an alternative. That's why we need a policy of self-determination, but it has to be structurally based, because if not, you're not going to be able to vote for anyone. I mean, that's unfortunate, but that is the way it is. And we need to address that structural deficit that we have when we seek to run in these local elections. Now, they're doing it on the Green Party. They're doing it in Mississippi. I mean, look what happened in Mississippi with Chokwe Lumumba, what they did on the Democratic Party. So not everybody who is there. Chokwe Lumumba and the Jackson experiment is a good example. You knew Chokwe. And so it's not as if you can't get in there and do what they did in Mississippi, but it raises a much larger question, as I said before. What are the structural mechanisms in order for someone to run for office?
For example, that the New African Independence Party is just an activist party or a party in name. We're structurally a political party. We can run for office. I ran for Allegheny County Councilman, right? And we got 12% of the vote. We ran under the NAIP. If we had the capacity, we could run you for the president today, right now. We just don't have the capacity to do it. So we are structurally set up to run people for office. So we don't have to run through the Democratic Party. I love Brother Chokwe, Brother Chokwe Lumumba. I love the legacy that he left behind, except for one thing. After the brother transitioned, all of that political capital was given back to the Democratic Party. That's one of the reasons we started the New African Independence Party, to make sure that kind of stuff never, ever happens again. So anybody in this room, if you want to learn how to start your own independent Black political party, we can help you to do that. If you want to run through the New African, Independence Party, you can do that. Membership form is on the back of the table, and you can check us out online.
Comrades, yeah, we having the school now. We're gonna have the school where we got. I see you, Sister Betty. We got a whole group of people lined up here, and we got these other folk on the agenda. We gotta deal with that. But what I don't want to have is try to have the school now. But this is what we have to have in the school that we're talking about, so we can examine all of these possibilities, that you just raised. I want to thank you so much for your question, my brother.
Thank you very much.
Everybody can ask a question, and then after the questions are asked, then the candidates can. We have 2 minutes to address each. So anyways, come on.
Go ahead, brother Oronde.
Uhuru. I'm out of New York, and we work closely with Charles Barron. And we're having this discussion about the elections and what we're going to do, what he's going to do, et cetera, through his organization, Operation Power. And one of the things he came up with was that on the ballot, you can write in a candidate. And what he's pushing for was to write in reparations now, because that becomes a candidate. They have to count that as a candidate. And that's one way to say what African people in America want on the ballot, is to write in reparations now. And that's what I'm going to do, because I was saying what I'm going to go in there and vote for. And he put that out as a campaign. And if we could do that around the country, that people write in reparations now, which is part of our 19 points, that says to powers that be, this is what we want. And it also becomes a candidate. They have to count reparations now in the numbers of candidates. So I'm just putting that out as a question.
You just put it out as an answer. Appreciate it. Next person. Next intervention, please. Thank you so much, comrade.
Troy Moten out of College Park, Maryland. As I read the book Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson and take the Black Wealth Boot Camp by Dr. Boyce Watkins, read the work of Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey, they talk about the power of money and economics, and so self-determination costs money. So how much emphasis do you put on collecting economic resources so we can build our own political parties, media, banks, schools?
Well, part of this I think you can find in the 19 points. I think you can find part of that in the 19 points. But the other thing I want you to remind you of is the coalition is an organization of organizations. So there are different organizations that's associated with the coalition that's doing some of what you're suggesting there. And then in the platform of the coalition, there's some discussion about money, economic development, banks, and how we have to fight for it. And I'm trying not to go too deeply into it, but you got a lot of resources that you just don't have access to. And talking about struggles in these communities, every Monday, if you go to one of these churches, your preacher take all that money and put it in somebody's bank. Every Monday, all this money leaves from the churches going to these banks. And every day you go to the mall, et cetera, and spend money, and the people take your money and put it in the bank. And many of you have accounts in the bank right now, but when you go and try to get a loan from the bank, you can't get a loan from the bank. They've used your money to make money with your money and loan your money to other people so that they can make money, but you can't get access to your own money. That's a statement about the kind of movement that we need to be developing in our communities all around this country. every year, your city council, where are you from? Here? Your city council gets millions, and if you're, I don't know what it is in DC, but in various other places, millions of dollars come to your city council based on money from the federal government, based on status data that they got about the poverty and stuff like that. They use your data to get money from the federal government every year, and they give that money to people to cure blight and all this kind of stuff, but black people don't get that money. I mean, so there's a basis for all kinds of struggle there. And then there's stuff that we have to do also in terms of creating independent economic activity that serves the people, serves ourselves, create collectives and a whole bunch of other stuff. So that's about all I can say on that question. I mean, there's a lot more that can be said, but credit unions, look, why can't your preacher take your money instead of using the $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 you give him for his anniversary, you know, create a damn credit union. Y'all know what I'm talking about, don't you? Y'all give you strict. This doesn't say she's being strict. Yes. So what should people continue? Good. All right. Good. Please, order. Yeah.
Oh, there's one more question? Okay.
What are you saying? We're going to hold the questions now? I'm sorry. Yeah, brothers and sisters. And I take the rap for much of the time, the issue. Osenu?
Thank you.
Uhuru. Yeah, give it up for the panel one more time. Okay, this is part of the program where everybody in this room here can participate. I'm gonna ask for the people who are outside, if you can come inside, and somebody close the door. All right, Uhuru, I'm here with Comrade Akili. So we're doing the fundraising pitch. Comrade Akili is from St. Petersburg with the Uhuru movement. We want to take this time to show you the activities that Black is Back has done over the years. We've been around for 7 years, and we are an organization of group individuals and organizations, as it has been mentioned in here. And we are determined to take the future in our hands. But before I go into this, everybody has a folder in here, and the folder has an envelope. And please, at one point of this program, you're going to utilize that envelope. Okay. First of all, we want to convince you that we are worthy of your money. And in a little bit, you know, we will show you the PowerPoint of the activities that we have been doing over the years. And Comrade Achilles will interject. But on the floor here, on my right is Mbacho Mbenga. That's my daughter. And on my left is Columbai. Okay, they have these baskets, and they're going to be going around for people to put their pledges in cash, or if you write it on the envelope. Okay. Kalonda. All right. So I guess, you know, it's clear enough. You can see the PowerPoint. And since our inception, we came up with these demands, and we just don't believe in the approach that the Black Lives Matter do. I mean, as most of you can remember, the brother that confronted, Hillary Clinton couldn't make any demands. Instead, he was requesting to know what is in her heart. And we're saying that, like, that's a concrete heart. It can hold no love, brother. So we make these demands. Our primary demand is reparations now. And then, we have a healthcare working group, and we want to take, the healthcare of our community in our own hands and stop the gentrification. Those of us who live in DC, like me and Lucy, we know it's almost complete. The gentrification is almost complete. And then we talk about US out of Iraq, Afghanistan. We're against every imperialist war. And then we want to rescind the Patriot Act, which Donald Trump is trying to really put into place. And political prisoners, we always talk about freeing Mumia, Abu Jamal, and all the political prisoners. And black mass incarceration, stop police violence, and on the same line as black community control of the police, and then no to U.S. wars, occupation, domination, and exploitation, and no to AFRICOM. As most of you might be aware, AFRICOM is the arm wing of the U.S. imperialists being scattered all over the continent of Africa right now. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is our steering committee. There's Comrade Omali Ishitela, Lisa Davis, Glenn Ford of Agenda Report, and that's yours truly, Treasurer Hussein Mbenga. And he's our secretary. He's our new secretary, Mutiba. And then our media coordinator, Nkasama. Tony Taylor, the sister, you heard her yesterday speak. We don't have our picture, but we'll rectify that. And Zaki Baruti, a Universal African People's Organization, you heard the brother speak here earlier. And Khalid Rahim, the New African Independence, you heard Khalid too. And Howard Kam, the chair of our reparations working group. Cam Howard, I'm sorry. And Larry Ham, chairman of the People's Organization for Progress. Okay, and Ralph Pointer, political prisoners. And this is Betty Davis, New Abolitionist Movement. Okay. And Joe Olukbala, the Black Community Control of the Police. You say Diab, but Joe. Okay, so now we're going into the essence of this PowerPoint, the actions and campaigns that we had done over the years. Fire on the Mountain, on July 2012, the Black is Back Coalition and New Caucus of New York education workers marched a coalition as coalition members organizations. And we had this is one of our conferences, we did Breaking the Silence. On the wars that the United States and the European imperialists are having all over the world, and hardly any of the anti-war movement in the U.S. talks about. The Black is Back Coalition protests New York NYPD shooting in Times Square. So this happened on Tuesday, September 17, 2013, where we held a demonstration at Times Square, in a protest against these animals that run around here claiming that they're protecting us, but just shooting Africans down. This is Imam Jamil Alamin, formerly known as Rap Brown. And the movement knows that the United States government will never, and I don't think they will ever forgive the Black Panther Party for what they had done. So that is why this brother is still languishing in jail, even though Mumia is still there. Geronimo came out, and didn't live too long. So Sundiata Akoli, is still in, and a host of other people that we don't even know about. And regarding our health group, a working group, the proper vera, MERS, deadly violence against Black women. But birth control has been, a method of US imperialism. All of these big pharma, the pharmaceutical companies, they are very good at coming up, with drugs that the testing grounds where they do their pilot testing, like it's all in Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean. So we have a working committee that, tries to educate the community about the essence of having our health into our own hands. And this was in Philadelphia: stop the wars and build the resistance. And like I said earlier, we are anti-imperialists. We are against every form of war that the imperialists unleash on the oppressed people of the world. So we say victory to Syria, police out of Harlem, BIBC rally deepens anti-colonial resistance. Because as you heard here, the chairman saying that, we are a colony. The black people in the United States, are a nation behind bars. And we have to break out of those, prisons, to really take power into our own hands. And this banner here is kind of a little thin, but this was our maiden rally when we marched to the white people's house. And from that point on, we had never stopped. Okay. Stop Israeli genocide war on the Palestinians. This was in Oakland, I believe. Hands off Assad. Comrade Assad is now languishing, he's in Cuba, and Obama has put a bounty on her head for $1 million. I had the opportunity to meet her when I was in Cuba in 1987. And she was just elated to see us. And we had some, really, productive discussions with her. So we see it, free Assad. Uncle Sam is the terrorist. And this picture here, Peace Through Revolution, as you can see, this young brother with the Molotov cocktail and the t-shirt is saying that I am Mike Brown. Originally, the original picture was put on t-shirts. And one of the person who took the picture threatened to sue us. So we improvised, with our own Molotov cocktail. Yeah, everybody here is Mike Brown. And this is another march to the white people's house. Victory to Palestine. And we had one of our annual conferences just around the same time as Marcus Garvey's birthday. One of the greatest sons, that ever trod this planet Earth, of Africa. It was on August, and here it is in Ferguson. When Ferguson was burning, and you see this heroic young African standing in there, and they were not saying, hands up, don't shoot. The majority of them were saying, kill the police. Uhuru. Okay. And November 1st, 2014, I think this was a good, and the rain messed it up. And we see, we were very lucky that yesterday we had a hell of a crowd, very impressive. We included this in the PowerPoint to show that the rally couldn't happen because of the rain. But, we managed to come over here. And this was in solidarity to our march, Dia de los Muertos. Some of these, our comrades from Latin America, South America came to show their solidarity. Okay, the steering committee. This was us, here in, we had a joint outreach. Comrades came from Philadelphia and New York for one of the events that we were having. Fist up, fight back. This young man here, these are the soldiers that we are really, growing up right now. Ain't going to, no hands up, don't shoot. Fist up, fight back. Uhuru. Yeah, on November 7th, we had our anti-war rally. Okay. Again, this is the featuring annual conference that was featuring, that we had in Philly. Glenn Ford, Lisa Davis, Pam Africa, Comrade Chairman, Cam, and Ron Bob Simples. This brother did a magnificent imitation of Marcus Garvey. He is the best I've ever seen. And People's Organization for Power, Progress, a million people's march against police brutality in New Jersey, and we participated in that. And then our annual conference, we had it right here in Washington, D.C. in the Blackburn Center, Black Power Matters. When the Black Lives Matter came up, we thought that, we should really, put the question of power, in this equation, Uhuru. And then the justice or else. Subsequent to the Million Man March, there was another march repeated in here, and there were millions of Africans, like in there. I mean, we were there, and we were not going to allow this march to proceed and then go through the same march that, the first one, where we had a million people come in there, and most of the Africans went home empty-handed. Okay. And this is Black Power Matters. Harlem Conference in April. Yeah, these were the pictures, the chairman. Yeah, these were all, like in Harlem. It was a great event. And this was, we were dealing with the elections, in here. We had a lot of pictures, so we had to cut them down, that's it, yeah. Okay. For the last 7 years, since our inception, like the chairman and other people said here, we don't accept money from anybody but the African community and people who are in unity with what we are doing. So we say friends and donors are the key to building the Blackest Back Coalition. So we have some. Before we get to the pledge goals, I will have Comrade Akile. Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's fine. Uhuru. All right. Again, my name is Akile. I'm from St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And I first want to say how honored I am to be here and how powerful this historic convention was, and how happy I am to see everyone here and participating in laying out what self-determination for African people looks like. And the importance of, the importance of raising resources, and the fact that we don't have funding by major corporations. We're not funded by the Ford Foundation, but we are funded by friends and family, African people. And we show you the work that the Blackest Back has done for complete transparency, which I don't think any other, a lot of organizations can't do. Something your church can't do is show you exactly where your money goes. And this is the work that the Blackest Back Coalition has done over the past years, and the work that your resources have created. And we have a goal today to raise $3,000, and we are going to show you exactly how you can do that. But I want to say first that you guys have received pledge cards. For people who are online, you can go to blackisbackcoalition.org. For those who are filling out checks, you can make them out to the Black is Back. And I'm going to go ahead and hand it back to Comrade Oseno. Uhuru.
All right. Uhuru, so these are the giving levels. As chairman had mentioned, Queen Asentua, Dorothy Lewis, used to be the fundraising coordinator, for the Blackest Back, and we're honoring her. She was a very staunch reparation advocate, and we're saying that if anybody in this room here who respect, whether you know her or not, we were telling like she was stomping the ground, across this country, about reparations. Is there anybody in here, who would want to honor, Asentua and then give us $1,000? Okay, and those of you online too, just remember, we would want you to go online and make your donations. Okay. And you don't have to give us the money now. You can pledge it. Anybody? Okay, let's go on. And this is Comrade Chokwe Lumumba. You heard us discuss Chokwe here. And Brother Chokwe, was also had participated, with the Blackest Back Coalition, and we're asking for $500, donation in honor of Brother Chokwe Lumumba. Is there anybody in here who would want to honor this great comrade by giving us $500?
That could be paid over a period of time. It's not $500 today, but it's a sustainer level. So you pay $500 over a course of 12 months. So yeah, just so y'all know that.
All right. Okay. I know somebody's got to, honor this great son of Africa here. Marcus Garvey. $365. It's just $1 a day. Somebody has to be in here too, who knows and honor this great son of Africa here to, yes, brother, what's your name? Chibaka, can you write his name, please? All right, brother. Brother, what's your name? Perry Wedge. Yeah, I remember. Okay, brother Perry. All right, right on. Thank you very much. This African here had 1 million people in this organization when there were no Facebook, internet, or cell phones. And that's what we're trying to replicate in this era where it will be easier to reach Africans. Thank you very much, brother. So next. Okay, Emiri Baraka. Emiri Baraka, Comrade Emiri Baraka, passed away a couple of, about a year ago or so, to a year. So he was a poet and an activist. So I know Brother Cam Howard. All right, brother. And what's your name, brother? Okay, brother Cam. There.
Anyone else for Emiri Baraka?
Anybody to match? Even the previous one that we said. Anybody to match Emiri Baraka? All right. Fannie Lou Hamer. She was sick and tired of being sick and tired. Okay, my brother. What's your name, bro?
Thomas?
Thomas. Okay, Thomas.
This is, what, 60 divided by 12 is $5 a month? $5 a month? Somebody might have it all. Uhuru. All right.
Okay, brother. What's your brother Michel, right? Yeah. And then Ralph Shibaka. Okay, brother Ralph. Ruby.
Ruby?
Uhuru Ruby.
Uhuru. This brother right here.
Anybody else who will match it? Yes, brother. What's your name? I'm Hari Ugama. Okay.
Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru. Say it. What's your name, sis?
Angelica?
Angelica.
All right.
All right, Angelica. Anybody who wants to follow Angelica and the other two comrades? Uhuru comrade.
Sure.
Kalombai. Thank you, Comrade Omar. Next slide, please. Okay, this was in Ferguson again. Ferguson, sorry. Yeah. All right. Okay, good. So, okay, now, we're coming down. Anybody here, we'll just go in the increments of $50. All right, Sister Betty. Anybody else to my Sister Betty? Okay, Eternal. Thank you, Eternal. Did you raise your hand? Did you raise your hand, sis? What's your name?
Elena.
Elena, okay. Kalumbai or Mambacho and Ibaka. There are three people are in front here.
Yes. You guys
Yes,
definitely
yes.
donate anonymously. Just put it in the
Anonymously, if you
pledge
are,
card.
you can talk to us later on. If you are online too, don't forget online listeners. Okay. Yeah. So now okay, we're gonna go $30. Anybody in here? $30 right there. What's your name? Joe. Okay. Thank you. $30. Go in once, twice.
Another one back there.
All right. What's your name, sis?
Angelique.
Angelique.
Uhuru.
Oh, Uhuru. Thank you. All right, $20. You should see a lot of hands. All right, sister.
Uhuru.
What's your name, sister? Colombai, just behind you. Angela. Okay, I remember that. In Star.
Star.
Uhuru, $20. Going once, twice. $10. What's your name, sis?
Princess. Uhuru.
And then you, yeah.
Two princesses? Oh, Persia.
Persia,
Oh,
Persia.
sorry.
Okay, all right.
Uhuru.
All right, okay, all right. Okay, Mbacho. Is it? Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, $5. Everybody should raise their hand up.
All right.
$5. Once, twice. I know sister is looking at me. We almost.
Oh.
Bacho, somewhere. Okay, five, okay, comrades, brothers and sisters, we want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for this, all right. Yes, we are, you want to say something?
I just want to thank you guys for funding for self-determination. Uhuru.
And remember, everybody in this room here voted for Black Power. Vote for Black Power. And I understand the MC will announce that Lucy Murphy is going to be on shortly. All right, comrades, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Uhuru.
We'll announce how much we collected before this meeting is over. Osenu, we want to announce how much we collected before this meeting is over. Okay. Oh, you're going to do that? Take care of that. All right.
Uhuru! We are now going to have the wonderful Sister Lucy Murphy come up and do a nice cultural presentation for us. I also want to remind people that we have vendors in the back. And I'm sorry, what did you?
Oh, they're going to let us shop while the meeting is going on.
Okay. Wait a minute, Sister Lucy, you can go on and give you.
Okay.
But we also have
Good afternoon, everybody. You better listen, my brother. If you do, you can hear there are voices still calling across the years. They are crying across the ocean. They are crying across the land. And they will till we all come to understand. None of us are free. 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 If one of us is chained, none of us are free. There are people in darkness. They just can't see the light. If we don't say it's wrong, then that says it's right. We got to feel for each other. Let our brothers know we're here. Got to get the message. Send it out all loud and clear. None of us are free. 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 If one of us is chained, none of us are free. Well, I swear to you, salvation isn't too hard to find, but none of us can find it on our own. We got to join together, spirit, heart, and mind, so all the souls who're suffering know they're not alone. Ooh, 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 ooh. Help me out now. Ooh, 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 none of us are free. Let's hear a little ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 none of us are free. If you just look around you, you're gonna see what I say, that the world's getting smaller each passing day. Now it's time to make some changes. It's time we all realize that the truth is shining right before our eyes. None of us are free. 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 If one of us is chained, none of us are free. 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 If one of us is chained, none of us are free. I want to thank you all for singing with me. Time is short. Here in DC, we are developing the Black Workers Center, and we look forward to developing a Black Workers Center chorus to sing songs like this, the old songs, but also to come up with some new songs. So if anybody here would like to join with the Black Workers Center chorus, my name is Lucy Murphy. I'm on Facebook, LUCIMURPHY. The Black Workers Center is a project of One DC, and I hope to talk to you. Okay, thank you, brother.
I tell you, I knew.
Everyone, we have vendors back there. Please go back there and utilize our vendors. We have sandwiches out in the hall. You can go back in, bring in sandwiches, but please utilize our vendors and we'll continue. So please make sure that we visit them. And like I said, there are sandwiches. Grab a sandwich and then come right back.
Okay, how y'all doing? Okay, good, good. People still coming in? All right, so my name is Maya Otten White. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I'm a graduate of Howard University, so it's good to be back here. I think first and foremost, I would like to give thanks to my elders and ancestors for making this possible for me to be here. Now, like I said, I was a graduate of Howard University in 2012. I graduated with 2 degrees, one in political science, one in Afro-American studies. I went back home to work in my community. I was studying for law school, actually preparing for the LSATs exam when Michael Brown was murdered in Ferguson, Missouri. Canfield Greens apartments are an apartment complex that I'm pretty familiar with. Not only did I grow up in the area near Canfield, but I had a cousin who was living in Canfield Greens at the time when Michael Brown was murdered. I heard about his murder via Twitter. If you all aren't familiar with the social media app Twitter, I would suggest you get familiar. Right now in these days and times, realistically speaking, people in my age group and younger are no longer cutting on the news or picking up newspapers. We prefer to pick up our phones to stay connected to the world. And it's really realistically where we get a lot of our truth. As we know, the media is corrupt. So yes, I was on my way home from work when I heard about the murder of Mike Brown Jr. And I decided to stop by the Canfield Greens apartments because I was concerned. Not only did I know people who lived in that area, but in my studies at Howard University, I explored the idea of something like a police shooting or a neighborhood revolt happening in the St. Louis area. If you're not familiar with the politics or the flow of St. Louis, it's a very tense place. Racially, there are a lot of issues underlying in the infrastructure of the city that have never been addressed outwardly. So it was only a matter of time before it imploded on itself, regardless of what any of us may have wanted or not wanted for the community. So first thing that I did when I got down to Canfield was connect with a brother by the name of Darren Seals. And for those of you who are not familiar with Darren Seals and his work, I'd suggest you get familiar with it and make sure that you are knowledgeable about his body of work and research. I don't think people really realize the amount of brain power that went into what that brother did. And that's my brother, Darren Seals. So I met up with him outside the Canfield Greens apartments, and immediately we began to make a plan for organizing our people who were on the ground at that time and at that moment. There were no news cameras, there were no lawyers, there were no doctors, there were none of those people. These were real time, real life, in the middle of the day people who were hanging out at 11 o'clock a.m. on a Saturday. And that was our first step, was to bring those people together and come to some kind of collective understanding of what we were dealing with and what was going on, what might occur next, as evidenced by what we were seeing in our surroundings. Within 30 minutes, they had tactical ops trucks pulling up to the scene of the crime. So we understood at that point that this thing was going to get way bigger than any of us ever expected. When you have artillery hid out and you have tanks hid out in places that can get to an area like Ferguson within 20 to 30 minutes of a police officer killing an unarmed teenager, that's a problem. And as soon as I saw that, I knew something was wrong. So on the third day of protests and going back and forth with the police chief, Chief Jackson of the Ferguson Police Department, in a very, I wasn't violent. I used my words like I was taught. I engaged one-on-one with the police chief and his minions, for lack of a better term. And these people were very uncooperative. A lot of the times they were very unintelligent as well. Many of them are not familiar with the documents that allegedly govern this country. So with that kind of analysis, I understood that we were dealing with a bigger beast than I could have ever imagined, ever thought about in my studies, because it was right in my face. So on the third day of protests, we had a standoff at the Ferguson Police Department where I engaged with Chief Jackson and informed him that what he was doing was wrong and that he knew it. And I looked him right in his eyes and I informed him of that. And at that time, I could tell that he was very intimidated not only by the words that I spoke, but the fact that I was encouraging other people to do the same. It doesn't take much to just say what you feel, you know. So that night, we held a youth rally where we marched a group of high school and middle school students around the Ferguson area in an attempt to get them to use demonstration tactics to force their way into Canfield Greens apartments. If you're not familiar with that time, essentially what the police had was a barricade on the main street that takes you into the Canfield Green apartments. There's only one way in and one way out. So if residents were coming in from work or from families' home, from just being out, then they were unable to access their homes. And this includes people who were getting off of public transportation, who had small children with them, who were elderly and unable to operate their bodies in a way that the younger people could. So that was the young people's job. We gave them a task because what you all saw through the media were young people taking snacks out of the Quick Trip, you know, and that's not how we wanted to be represented, nor did we want our young people to feel as though that was their role or their place to participate in. So we worked heavily on that. And shortly after that rally ended, I was walking back to my car in an area that was secured by St. Louis County Police Department, and about 6 to 8 shots rung out. I was actually struck in the head. I was shot right here, a real bullet. No, it was not a drive-by. No, it was not a rubber bullet. No, I did not get shot by somebody in my community. There was nobody around except for the police. It took over 45 minutes for an ambulance to respond, although there were ambulances located at the bottom and the top of the street. There was no crime scene tape off or collection of evidence. Like I said, I got 6 to 8 bullets fired at me. One of them actually penetrated my skull and was sitting less than a millimeter away from my brain. If you Google my name, you can find the x-ray picture from that. Over 45 minutes for response. When first responders came, the officers came with their weapons drawn. A family had actually taken me into their home and allowed me to rest there while I was waiting for help. And they prayed with me, they held my hand, their children were there with me, the wife sung to me. And the father, the man of that household, stood on guard at the front door, you know, with his protection, and just provided a place for me. So even if I had transitioned in that time, I was surrounded with so much love that I knew everything would be okay, you know, so. Thank you. And once I got to a hospital, the surgery was done. Police officers actually showed up to the operating room, confiscated the evidence, and I haven't seen it since. Nor was a police report produced until media pressure encouraged them to put out a report which was less than 1 page, less than 1 paragraph, and was listed as an assault, not an attempted murder. I had no lawyers want to take my case. There were reporters doing investigative work into my case whose lives and their families' lives were threatened if they reported on me or put my name in their publication. So I know the importance of self-determination because I've had to get up every single day and continue to do this on my own for myself. And with the support of people around me who continue to encourage me and provide me with support that I need to keep going, you know. I'm a writer, I'm an artist also. I participated in helping write an anthology, which covers the voices. The name of the book is actually called Voices, but it covers the voices of young people in the Black community in St. Louis who are writers, artists, you know, moms, dads, and it kind of gives our perspective. I think a lot of times we're shut out of the conversation on what's going on as though we're oblivious to what's going on. People look at your clothes or they look at the music that you listen to and they make a judgment without considering where you might be coming from. Yes, ma'am. I understand time is limited, you guys. I just hope you don't mind me sharing here. But yeah, so my whole mission and goal is to really uplift the young people. I think that we really need to keep in mind who is going to be in charge of making the decisions, you know, come next week, come tomorrow, next year, or 10 years from now. And a woman told me one time that an ancestor of mine had projected me into this time from millennia ago. And I think that that is not only true for me, but for all of us sitting in this room. Somebody had to envision you for you to be here right now. And there's power in thought, and there's power in belief. There's power in the things that we think and the words that we say and the energy that we carry on a day-to-day basis. And that's more so what I keep close to my heart. My concern is not with these other people. The prophecy has already been written. What's gonna happen to them is gonna happen to them regardless. But what I wanna work on is the preservation of my own people. I see my people crumbling every day and getting weaker every day. You know, looking at everything in the news, people are triggered very easily. And with our mind state being that broken, we can't realistically think that we're moving into any type of a war situation. You know, we're not full, we're not whole in ourselves. So that's what I spend my time doing, is connecting with the people and communities. Like, for instance, what I've been doing in DC. I lived here for 5 years, yes, but I was away, and now that I'm back, I went straight to Southeast because I know that's where I can find us. When you look at the gentrification and what has happened in this city, it's disgusting. It's sad. I walk down Georgia Avenue and want to cry. You know, you see the European jogging and walking their dog across Howard University. You're not supposed to have dogs in the yard. That's where we go. That's an African gathering place. If nobody has ever been on the yard at Howard in the spring, oh, you got something to experience. That's Africa. You know, they don't call this the Mecca for no reason, and places like this need to be preserved. You had Howard University, who essentially had to make decisions based off of the fact that they had to endorse a Republican candidate just to get funds opened up to you know, function this school, this property, this space, because you have so much of this corporate power structure taking up everything that is Georgia Avenue. Howard used to own everything from here way down to the Shaw Metro, past that. We don't even own half the buildings on this campus anymore. Howard students cannot live across the street from their campus anymore. When I enrolled at Howard, students owned homes on Gresham, on Irving, all up and down Georgia Avenue, and you don't see that anymore. You also see the push out of the people who are from DC, the culture. That's where I learned DC. Thank you. From hearing go-go music, you know, on the corner at U Street in 7th. That's where I learned DC. It's from walking around and cooperating and being in an environment with people who had a story so unique. You're in the middle of the nation's capital, and these are the hardest working people in America, I kid you not. And they get it in. It rains, sleet, snow, on the metro, they walk, and nobody has a story like these people. So I just really want to encourage us to embrace ourselves and to stop being afraid of ourselves and to stop judging ourselves from within ourselves and to build from within, because that's the only way that we're really going to be able to move forward. If you all want to like check out the book, it's going to be over here on the input table with the Uzi gear. They're $20 a piece. This is going to help get me back to St. Louis whenever I get ready to go. So I appreciate your support in advance. And I have cards too if anybody wants to keep up with me after this. But thank you all for your presence, and I'm done.
Thank Sister Maya for that presentation. And I'm self-critical that we are in a situation of even having to rush her. The fact is that we don't have control of this institution. We talk about self-determination. We don't have control of this space. And there are other people who we have to try to present before we got to get out of the space. And that's the only reason that we may give some appearance of being rude here. But that's just how it is right now. We have to call up now Comrade Brother Diop Olukbala, who is going to speak to us on the question of Black community control of the police, which is a stance that the Black is Back Coalition has adopted. In fact, we had a national conference on Black community control of the police in Ferguson, Missouri. I think that was in 2013. And out of that has come this position, this office, this working group of the coalition, the Black Community Control of Police Working Group, and Diop Olukbala is the chair of that working group. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I'm gonna be as brief as possible, recognizing the time constraints that we are confronted with. I prepared a PowerPoint presentation to best convey the information I'm trying to. And I just want to be clear, the goal of this presentation is to infuse as much science and organizational strategy as informed by the coalition as possible into the struggle against police brutality and occupation of our community. From hearing testimonials like the one that we heard from Sister Maya, and the fact that this year 3 people every day, most of whom are African, killed by the police, is clear that the police represent an occupying army in our community that must be, as the chairman said, forced out. They must be pushed out of our community. And of course, that's going to take a resistance that cannot be just waged by one individual, but it's going to require the entire community to participate in that resistance. And this presentation is designed to inform the resistance in the various ways that we take it on. Also, we want to be clear that we understand that the Black Community Control of Police demand is not new. In fact, the party has been putting forth the demand for Black Community Control of Police since its inception in 1972. However, 2014, August 2014, represented a turning point in history where the masses clearly are ready to move forward in the struggle, not only against police brutality, but for our liberation. And this gives us as a coalition the ability to raise up the demand in a much better and effective way, especially as it relates to bringing the people into organization. As the chairman also said, the founding of the conference for Black Community Control of Police happened in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014 as well. Slide. We also just want to be very clear that when we talk about the police, we're talking about part of the state. And the state is an apparatus, it's an armed apparatus comprised of police, military, prisons, courts, etc., designed to maintain the status quo in society. And also, as the chairman said earlier, after we win our liberation, after we get power, it is not as though we are going to get rid of the state, but in fact, the revolutionary process is about the people taking control over the state and having the state serve the interests of the masses of the people who are workers, the producers of wealth. And so, like in societies like in Cuba, you find a revolutionary state that protects the interests of the people. It's not a coincidence that Cuba healthcare is free for everybody. Education is free for everybody. Women are raised up as equals in the struggle, in the revolutionary struggle, etc. So this is the context in which we should understand the struggle for Black community control of the police. Slide. Also, we want to be clear that the U.S. capitalist colonial state was born out of the process of the attack on Africa, the capture of Africans, the enslavement of Africans, the forcing us to work for free for 500 years. This is why the police exist in our community today, because it's not as though African people would just hand over our resources and work for free if there was not a gun being pointed at our community on a constant basis. Slide. Also, we want to be clear that when we talk about the struggle for Black community control of the police, we're talking about the struggle to win the power necessary to control every other aspect of our lives. We've heard stories, and we're going to hear more testimonials about cases in which the hospitals murder our people literally, cases in which the housing conditions are deplorable, cases in which, of course, the police themselves attack our community. The transportation question, in every aspect of economic life in this society, you find the state that exists as that standing army to keep Africans separated from our resources. Slide. And also, we have to be clear as well that the same economic power that U.S. imperialism has, this is the same enemy of oppressed people all over the world, from Palestine, Afghanistan, throughout Latin America, etc. And but the linchpin, the cornerstone of this system is the colonial domination and oppression of Africans right here inside U.S. borders. So we're saying that, well, when Africans rise up, as we saw in the 1960s, the ability of U.S. imperialism to assault oppressed people anywhere else on the planet is undermined. So if you kill the snake, if you cut off the head, then you kill the snake that is attacking the people around the world, and that gives us even more urgency in our struggle. Slide. So why would we say, why Black community control of the police? Slide. Because Black lives won't matter until we get Black power. We heard powerful testimony from sisters, mothers of victims of police brutality on yesterday. And again, all of that evidence pointed to the fact that we need to get power. The police didn't know that one of the Africans that they killed before they killed them. They just knew they was African, and they represent a standing army whose task is to keep us repressed. So the point is that we got to get power. And slide. Also, and I think we're moving past this period, but part of our task as a working group is to defeat, and the coalition is to defeat the reformist and opportunist politic that is attempted to mislead our struggle. We talked about Hillary Clinton in the Black Lives Matter, looking to Hillary Clinton for leadership on how to deal with the question. We see sellout forces like Common telling the people to say hands up, don't shoot. Barack Obama claims that he disapproves of the prisons and claims that he disapproves of the so-called racially motivated way in which the prisons lock up masses of Africans, but he does not say free African people from these prisons. And so at every turn, we see essentially these high-profile figures and figures that are tied to big money address the problems, address the pain of Africans, but put forth reformist solutions that are not going to solve the problem in the final analysis. So our task is to defeat that. That's why when they say hands up, don't shoot, we say fists up, slide. And also it's important to understand that this whole question of Black Lives Matter is essentially, it's an attempt on imperialism to make us believe that we should be concerned with how they feel about us. But we have to understand our objective relationship with imperialism. As the chairman of the party says, a parasite ain't never going to just leave the host, because if it does, it's going to die. And the fact is that Black lives do matter to white power to the extent that that's how it survives, right? And they will do whatever is necessary to facilitate that ongoing relationship. And Assata Shakur said it best, that you ain't never seen no successful revolution whose goal was to make the oppressor like the oppressed. It's not going to happen. Slide. So we say Black community control of the police means power. And our task is to rebuild righteous resistance that we waged as a movement during the 1960s, during the Black Power Revolution of the 1960s. And as it says in that quote, African people in the final analysis as a people are going to have to pick up the gun. And that doesn't mean every single individual in this room and in the community is going to be on the front lines shooting. But the fact is that the entire community is going to have to play a conscious role in supporting the resistance to push the police out of our community. Slide. So this is why the coalition has this democratic strategy for Black community control of the police, which is based on principles that we can all unite with. Slide. So the first principle, first and foremost, immediate withdrawal of the pigs from the Black community. It can't be no compromise on this question. Slide. Also, we talking about not only the removal of the pigs from the Black community, but also the development of the capacity for the African community itself to govern ourselves and to also regulate and to dictate how the police function in the African community. So one of the main points of the Black Community Control of Police campaign is putting forth the concept of the Black Community Control of Police Commission, which essentially is a body of forces who are democratically elected by the people. And when I say democratically elected, I'm not necessarily talking about the election that the white people set up every 4 years or whatever, but we're talking about, just like we voted on this document we read earlier, we can organize our own democratic process to say who in our community we believe has the ability and the responsibility and is trustworthy of provide leadership in the struggle to govern ourselves, in this case, around the question of police. Slide. Also, we're talking about the Black community having the power to hire and fire police inside our community. Slide. Yeah. Also, we're talking about the power to subpoena the police. Now, this is an important question as well, because as we know, the law is the opinion of the ruling class in any society. And to talk about subpoenaing somebody assumes that you have a so-called legal basis to do so. And we know that at one time, slavery was legal. So even if the Black community, you know, hypothetically speaking, had the right to subpoena somebody somebody for enslaving us or for liberating us from slavery, that's not the question. So in addition to the question of the Black Community Control of Police Commission, we are also talking about building the ability to define the law the police must abide by, so that the police have to adhere to policies that we develop, that laws that reflect our interests, not the laws that are written by white power. Slide. Also, we're talking about the power to train and set standards of procedure for the police forces in our community. Slide. Now, we talk about, concretely speaking, what are the concrete goals of this working group? So one, we're saying that we want to popularize the demand for Black community control of the police. Whether everybody in this room or the community agrees with everything that I'm saying or not, we want to make sure that everybody can agree with the fundamental question of the Black community having collective authority over the police apparatus inside our community. Also, we want to initiate a struggle on every front possible, so that we advance the goal of winning Black community control of the police. And specifically, we have some concrete action items that we want to carry out around this case, this question. Slide. So no arena of struggle should be abandoned to achieve Black community control of the police and Black self-determination. Right now in Philly, where I'm based, there's a struggle going on. The SEPTA workers, which is the public transportation system, the workers who are predominantly African workers, are on strike. And this has had a major impact on the economy within the city of Philadelphia. Some comrades who were here, who came down, were remarking earlier about how downtown was very dead on a weekend night, on Friday night before we came down here. And that's clearly a result of the strike, because the transportation takes people to and from work, as well as tourist locations, etc. So the point is, though, that this type of resistance, and that's what it is, objectively speaking, resistance needs not just to serve the interests of the union that's leading the workers, because all they want to do is get Black folks to vote for the Democratic Party and to keep the worker-boss relationship intact that we have with SEPTA and the white ruling class. But we have a responsibility to intervene in these types of struggles, so that this type of resistance of the workers also serves our strategic demands to win power. Because the fact is that at the end of the day, if African workers don't have power in the form of Black community control of police and whatnot, then it really doesn't matter how much pay raises, benefits, and all that we get, because those who are in power can easily jack up the price of living and whatnot that was said earlier. So we want to intervene in all of these struggles. Slide. And so we want to take it on from the ballot. And we also recognize that there are forces in our community, in every city in this country, who are engaging the state on an armed level. In fact, there's a brother in Ferguson right now in the Ferguson County Jail named Tyrone Harris, who got into, according to the police, got into a shootout with the police during the second anniversary protest that happened in Ferguson. And the fact is that the people are ready to struggle. And but what is lacking and what is increasing in existence is revolutionary organization and strategy, and that's because of the hard work being carried out. Slide. Slide. So, and also from the campus to the streets. We recently held a press conference on the campus of Community College. Oh, that's time. Okay. So, there's a lot more to be said, but the point, I think y'all get the point. I want to encourage everybody to go to Facebook and like the page entitled Black Community Control of the Police, and you can follow the work that we are doing there. And if anybody's interested in joining the working group, you can holler at me and we can talk further. Uhuru.
Uhuru. What should be happening here is we talk about self-determination. And what we put forth around the question of Black community control of the police is a step toward taking state power. Because if you don't have power, it really doesn't matter. I mean, we can have all kinds of discussions. And if you talk about Black power, ultimately, you got to be talking about state power. That is to say, we have to control the organs of coercion in our own communities. And we're going to have to come to that in a contest with the organs of coercion that come from outside of our community to try to maintain the status quo. So I want to thank Comrade Diop for that presentation. And I want to say that one of the reasons he's made that presentation is because we need people to join the working groups. This is an organization of organizations. There are various organizations that are part of the coalition, but individuals can join the coalition as well. And we ask individuals who join the coalition to participate in the coalition through working with these working groups, because the working groups are the organizations that's going to be most dynamically active all the time. There's certain kinds of meetings, events, conferences that this coalition will have on an ongoing basis, such as this one today. But the working groups will be working all the time around political prisoners, around community control of the police, around reparations, etc. And so what Diop was just doing was trying to provide everybody the kind of information about what the working groups will be taking on, and also hoping to win people to participate in that working group with him. So please talk to him and go to the site that he just mentioned to volunteer to participate in the working group on Black community control of the police. And right now, what we want to do is have Brother Cam Howard, who is also a member of the steering committee, who presides over the reparations working group, to come forward and talk to us. And he's also in the process of building this working group, in addition to informing us in a fashion that we should be able to go out into the community, into the larger world, and talk about this demand for reparations and how we should be pursuing it. Actually, we want the demand, but we need some people to join this working group as well. Cam Howard.
Uhuru, comrades. In the sake of time, I'm going to kind of speed through my presentation, leave quite a bit out. But I want to, every time I get before anyone talking about reparations, I look at myself as a teacher, because we've been so misinformed over the years about reparations, and more so than that, we are unaware of all the achievements that we've made in this 400-year struggle to be repaired from these ongoing crimes that have been committed by this nation against our people. And so I want to instruct a little bit, and then I want to talk about what we can do. And I wanted to begin as Brother Diop ended by asking you to join the working group, but the chairman has already done such a great job, so I won't repeat that. Point number 6 of our 19-point political platform of our convention is the point of reparations. We demand reparations consistent with international norms regarding redress for crimes against humanity. This includes the enslavement, colonialism, and apartheid from which we suffer up to today. The totality of the repair, according to international law, must include policies, programs, and projects that 1, cease the ongoing racial crimes, 2, offer restitution and returns us to wholeness, 3, provides compensation that allows for a quality standard of life and individual and collective wealth creation, 4, ensures satisfaction that returns our dignity, and 5, achieves rehabilitation for heart, mind, body, and spirit injuries resulting from the centuries of trauma and abuse. Now we use that in our platform because that is consistent with international law, international norms. See, when we talk about reparations, we really don't know there's a whole body of international law and norms associated with the terms of reparations And America tries to keep us confined to what they say reparations is. Oh, we're not going to give you all a check. Well, you're going to give us a check, but you're going to give us much more. And you're going to give it to us as a result of a successful demand in regards to what the international community deems as full reparations and full repair. So when you read number 6, we want you to get acquainted with it. These are the 5 components in which reparations must produce in the construct of international norms around reparations. Having said that, I want to say that I want to title this short presentation that this is a very important time in the reparations movement in America. This is an extremely important time of the reparations movement in this country. As I stated yesterday, in 2001, there was a World Conference Against Racism. As the chairman said, we've already won the demand of reparations. There was a World Conference Against Racism, and they dealt with this whole issue of what took place to people of African descent from 1492 up until today, and they adjudicated that, or they declared that those were crimes against humanity. Now, crimes against humanity are the worst type of crimes a state can commit against a civilian population. And these crimes have no statute of limitation. Again, in American court, if you don't bring a case before the court within 6 years, you have been said that you have lost your ability to bring that before the court. The statute of limitations has ran out. But with crimes against humanity, there are no statute of limitations. If the crime was committed 300 years ago and the party is in existence today, then they're guilty today. And they have an obligation to repair those crimes. So we say America is a criminal entity. These corporations that are still benefiting from the crimes that they committed are criminal entities today. The institutions like Georgetown, you just heard about Georgetown, they understand that they are criminals today. We have to speak in this language. We're not saying that they're criminals. The international community, international law has deemed that this country, these corporations, these institutions are criminals, and we have to speak in those terms. The problem is there is no entity that is in existence to enforce that they repair us for those crimes, and that's what we must do, and we have to figure out ways on how to do that. So these are very important times. In January, Malcolm X, Brother Diop had in his presentation a quote, "The ballot and the bullet." Well, Malcolm X presented a speech in 1964 called "The Ballot or the Bullet." And in that speech, he says, we must take the criminal, we can't take the criminal to his court, we got to take the criminal to the international court. So he charged us to take our issues to the international community. And we did that over the 50 years since Malcolm has been gone. And we successfully, not only in 2001, but in January of 2016, we were successful in getting an investigatory body of the United Nations to come to America and look at the issues of human rights violations of people of African descent in this country. And that investigative body was called the Working Group of Experts for People of African Descent. And they put out a report in June. And they took that report to the High Commissioner of Human Rights. Now, the High Commissioner of Human Rights is the international human rights body of the planet. Now, most people say the United Nations is controlled by the US, so why go to the United Nations? Well, you don't understand the concept of United Nations or the structure of United Nations. Now, there's the UN Security Council is controlled by the United States. There's no question about it. But you have the General Assembly, which is controlled by supposedly the 193 countries that are part of the United Nations. And then you have the Human Rights Commission that is a body of human rights experts from around the world. They are not controlled by the United States. These are people of color predominantly whose countries are victims of the United States. And so they have an obligation to, when they visit any country, to look at human rights, to do it according to an international accepted set of standards. And so they sent their body of experts to America in January. In June, they put out a report. They took their report to the High Commission, and the High Commission accepted the report and put it forward. And the first thing they said is that America has not addressed the crimes committed against African people in this country and that reparations are due. Now, brothers and sisters, it don't get any better than that. It don't get any better than that. The official organ of human rights on the planet that's been accepted has stated that this country owes us reparations. We made it the successful demand. Now, what do we do about it? What do we do about, we got all we can get from the United Nations Human Rights Council. We got what we've been working for 50 years. It's for this body to say that this country is guilty of crimes against our humanity and that they owe us, and they did that. It don't get any better than that. Now it's up to us to struggle. That's why I said this is a very important time in the reparations movement for people of African descent in this country. And not only for us, because this document also lends credence to the reparations struggle of the other 160 million Africans outside of the continent, not just us. So our struggle is a struggle for all but the 200 million Africans, descendants whose ancestors was robbed from the continent of Africa over this last 400 years. And so when you join the working group on the, for reparations, you are engaged in a battle for 200 million souls to be repaired on in this continent. And so that's what we're doing with the Black is Back Coalition working group of reparations. So what do? One of the things we have to do is we have to lay out the landscape for our people. One, again, is letting our people know that we're up against criminals and that we can utilize this term for our people, and we can explain exactly why we say this country is a criminal country. And I just explained that because the international community has said they are. Another thing, they're under international law, and I kind of touched on this yesterday, on law, period. You cannot benefit from a crime even if you didn't do the crime. If I steal something from you and I sell it to someone else, and it's found out that that person I sold it to has your goods, under law, he got to give them up. And if he doesn't give them up, now they can charge him with a criminal. I mean, him or her with the crime. You cannot benefit from a crime. All of white America today benefits from those crimes that were committed 200, 300, 400 years ago. Every last one of them. They are guilty. They are just as much as criminals as their ancestors. And we have to begin to talk in this language. When someone say, I didn't enslave your ancestor, but you're benefiting from those crimes. And so therefore you're guilty and you're charged to engage in the repair. So we had to craft these things in this language. I was studying, doing a little research today, and I'm kind of speeding through because of time constraints. But I was doing a little research earlier today, and I found a quote from Malcolm that speaks to that very issue, and I want to share that with you. When I say Malcolm, I really mean Malcolm X. I want to give respect to our brother who taught us so much. Whenever you're going after something that belongs to you, anyone who's depriving you of that right to have it is a criminal. Understand that whenever you're going after something that is yours, you are within your legal rights to lay claim to it. Anyone who puts forth any effort to deprive you of that which is yours is breaking the law, is a criminal. So Malcolm has said this 50 years ago, and I'm just coming to the understanding of it very recently. How much time I got? 1 minute. Okay, cool. So what else can we do? We can build the Black is Black Coalition Reparations Working Group. First thing we must do is unify all of the reparations groups that are out here doing things on reparations. There are a lot of organizations out here. There's a lot of work to be done. We have to delegate work. There was a slide that was up earlier talking about HR 40. I'm also part of the National African Americans Reparations Commission. We were charged with rewriting HR 40. HR 40 was a study bill. It was a bill introduced by Congress in 1989, has been introduced every year since then, but it was designed to study whether or not there were any injuries in current living Africans as a result of the enslavement. Well, we already know that there are injuries. There's been study after study, and plus that's what the United Nations demand, well, the United Nations made clear in their report. So we don't have to study. So we're changing this bill to a remedy bill. It begins with what type of remedies that must be produced. So that'll be introduced in January. It's no longer a study bill, but a remedy bill. So we want you to be able to tell your people there's a new HR 40 coming, we got to fight for it. There's efforts around Obama. Doing a study slavery commission before he leaves. Don't know where that's going, but there are efforts. If you want to join that effort, it'll tie into the next presidency. We can go after corporations and institutions who are guilty of these crimes. And I have to take an extra minute here. Under international law, in the international arena, to get countries to observe human rights of other countries, you can have other states apply pressures. They can embarrass the state that's violating the human rights. They can put sanctions on the state, etc. There are 193 countries in the United Nations, and almost all of them have an embassy here in America. We have to be able to send this UN report to all of those countries with a list of this is what we want you to do. Every time America points at you about human rights violations, we want you to take this document and put it in their face. And then after you put it in their face, this is what we want you to do. Every country that's been abused by this country wants to take shots back, but they don't have any bullets. We're gonna give them a set of bullets. But we need people who's going to do the work, who's going to organize and go to these embassies and say, here, this has already been put out by the United Nations. You can stand on this document. It's not us saying it, it's the UN saying it. And then when you do that, this, and this you can do. And I tell you, brothers, in Chicago, we have used the United Nations to get some things done that we couldn't have done if we weren't putting a battle in that area. We can show you here at the Black is Back Coalition how we can do that work around reparations, peace, Uhuru, reparations now.
Reparations now. Some things we've talked about, there's a thing called international law that says that we have these rights. Some things we're talking about, there is no established law that says we have these rights. The main point is whether there are laws or not, if we're going to achieve them, it's going to take us having the power to do it. So just because something is legal doesn't mean that you can do it. Obviously, you can't even stand on a street corner. If an ordinary street comes up and say, get off the corner, you can argue all you want to about the right for assembly or freedom of assembly. You can't even say anything to the cop. Cop beat you to death, it doesn't kill you. It's about freedom of speech. So if anything is going to happen, this is what most of this discussion has been about, self-determination. You can't get it without fighting for it. And so whether it's law or not is really not the question. The question is whether we will organize to get the power to make it real for us as a people. And that's where we are today. And I think that we're in a good place, actually, as we see the decline of white power right in front of us now. So there's some more people. We want to try to expedite this situation. Sister Betty Davis is going to talk to us about education.
All right. How you doing, everybody?
All right.
I want to thank Black is Back and the coalitions that come with it for this opportunity. And I'm timing myself. And we're going to start our presentation backwards. And what I mean by backwards is the way you get freedom, that's the way you got to keep it. And so I want to introduce to you someone who was responsible for us getting a certain amount of freedom and community control in the 60s. Went to jail for it, but when he got out, we put the first Black principals in the school system in New York City because of the organization that this person to my right was responsible for. It was a coalition of a white group and a Black group. The Black group consisted of parents and Black teachers who were politically correct. We called ourselves COPACO, Concerned Parents and Community Organizations. The white group came out of the union and organized within the union, and it was called the Teachers Freedom Party, and he was the chairman of the Teachers Freedom Party and the chairperson for COPACO. And he's going to give you some discussion, real brief, about the strategies we use to get community control in New York City and why I was not a Democrat even the day I was eligible to vote, because the Democratic Party gave it back in the form of decentralization of education. And decentralization is a bad word. It's community control or nothing. Brother Ralph, tell them how we did it.
And thank you. And as you notice, that she says, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. And as chairman said, don't give him the microphone. So you see, a revolutionary thing is happening here. I have the microphone, and I'm going to try to give you a little bit of revolutionary fact, how it is done. Now, the fact of the matter is that there are all kinds of laws that give us the power of controlling our schools. The schools are ours. Everything in the schools are ours. And the money has to come based on the children in the schools. And if you're in a Black community or a Latino community or a white community, and the majority of the students in that school are Black, Latino, or white, that number is the number that determines the amount of money that we control, except we control nothing.
Okay, so wait, I'm a teacher. Is there anybody here who doesn't understand what he just said? You already have control. Can you repeat that, please? Okay.
Now you have to take it, because once you understand that, and I'm going to give you a number, because you've heard a lot of numbers today, and I don't want to bore you with numbers. New York City Education Department is the 22nd or 23rd largest budget in the world. And in New York City, people of color are 40% unemployed.
So how did you get to the point where we got our share?
How did we get to the point where we got our share? When I realized in 1963, as a teacher coming from Pittsburgh, that we were 50 to 60% of the population in New York City, and we were less than 1% of the money.
All right, so I need to know, does anybody here know what percentage the Black people are of the public school system where they come from? Does anybody know that? It's a simple statistic. You can have an idea. But what percentage do you think Black people are where you come from in the public school system? Just tell me from your seat.
Stop there. Stop right there. 90% of the children there means that your community should have 90% of that money. And I'm talking about money to build that school, money to maintain that school, money to buy books, money to buy 90%. And then when we have that, we have the same unemployment rate and the same economic rate of white America. Understand that, and it all stems from the schools. You don't have to go anyplace else. Just your community and control of your community. Now, do I have another minute?
1 more minute.
1 more minute I have. And I'm going to try to tell you how we did it. We first organized with the parents to tell them what they earned, what they deserved. Then we had to organize a strategy to take it. And we decided the only way to do that is just to walk in and take it. We have all of the parents, and we had 30 or 40 parents, and we walked in and told them, this is our school. And we are going to set the rules. And of course, they bought the Army of Occupation. You have to expect that. And we were there, and the Army of Occupation and the Central Board said, we're going to take the school back. And they told all of the teachers to meet in the subway underground. And they brought many police. And they said, wait to a certain time and everybody comes out. And the parents said, ex-Garveyites, people who had been around fighting the movement, had a plan. And they said, Ralph from Western Pennsylvania, who's experienced union struggles in the coal mines and the steel mills, he's going to be in the center. And they said to me, Ralph, don't let them get beside you, because they will scramble your brains with their blackjacks and billy clubs. You're going to be the point, don't let anybody get around you. And the ex-Garveyite says, we have to have people on the flanks. But we don't trust anybody. But we're going to take care of that. You take care of the center. Hurry it up, I've told. Well, somebody behind me said, here they come. And the police came up in a wide triangle, coming to take the school back. And I was at the point. And I met them in the middle of 135th Street and Lenox Avenue, and it's in the movies. They have films of the whole thing, and it began there. And we won because when the flank fell from the traitors running away, the people who were supposed to support my left flank and my right flank, I became aware of what was happening behind me when I heard a woman say, "The hot coffee must be mixed now." And I'm saying, what are they talking about? Coffee? And we're about to confront the police. Well, what they had in the coffee was acid. And when the acid mixed with hot coffee, and we ran over them. Of course, I ended up in the precinct. And this will be the end of the story. I was handcuffed, but we broke it up. They couldn't hold the school as long as we, the organized community, said no. And in the precinct, when I was handcuffed, and they had the blackjacks and billy clubs, and they were gonna take me to the back because what had happened, a big black gentleman grabbed me, threw me against the wall, and fell on top of me. And he said, "I follow Elijah Muhammad, and I'm not gonna allow them to hurt you. Don't worry." So he took me and threw me into a cell, and nothing happened to my head. And I've been fighting ever since. And one of the things we accomplished is to get people like the young lady who spoke to you, and it represented this young lady, and we got her and other black teachers into the school, and we controlled it until the politicians gave it back.
Okay, I just want to give you one statistic. And then I want to tell you what you have to do. In one community in Memphis, if you could get 13% of our young people to graduate from college, they would end up with 60% of the jobs in their community. So clearly, we have to have reparations, and this is where we overlap with reparations, to create a free college environment for our students and to create a free pre-kindergarten community-based concept. In France, they give millions of dollars to kindergarten, and then they give the rest of the money to the college level, with the philosophy that if you take care of kindergarten, you are guaranteed they're gonna make it to college, and you should have the money there for them. So when the brother is talking about reparations, this is part of your socioeconomic rights, and it is incarcerated, and I use that word deliberately, on the planks of the United Nations. It is your human right, not just to a free education, but to an education that reflects your culture, because cats educate mice. Now, the other thing is this. You keep talking about self-determination, but if the people had been written on, if Harriet Tubman said she could have freed a lot of slaves, but they didn't know they were slaves, you need to have community control of the schools in order to rescue your children. They're going through a whole thing of self-hate. That's why you see all these selfies where they're beating each other down and having these sex parties. It's up to you to reclaim by reclaiming the public schools. Now, haven't you noticed that the charter schools are only in black neighborhoods? Doesn't that tell you right away that's not a good thing? Haven't you noticed that the white people in the public school system control? The budget for Xerox alone is in the millions, and there isn't a school that doesn't have some contact with the Xerox Corporation. So when you take over the public schools, you are controlling one of the biggest budgets in America, and no democracy without it, and that's why the corporations want charter schools. The charter schools turn children into robots. They do not educate them better. They know how to take tests, but they do not know how to do analytical thinking, and that is deliberate. You are talking about self-determination. That's analytical thinking. Corporations will not, in a charter school, teach your children that. I dare you to visit any charter school and watch them walk like robots down the hall. They click something and they sit down in their chairs. They won't even let them interact when they have lunch. They have to sit like soldiers. You must not support a charter school because the corporations have an agenda, and they're using the charter school concept all over the world to dehumanize our children. What I want you to do You've got to go back to school. That's the first step in self-determination. When you go to school, you take back something because you take this philosophy with you into that classroom. There are a lot of free programs on all levels for you to go back to school. Everybody here who doesn't have an high school education, go back and get your damn GED or whatever they're calling it in your state. You belong to my committee when you do that. Next thing you will do is you will guarantee that when you graduate to college, you will give back to the community in the form of a public school teacher 3 years. You're a part of my community if you do that. The next thing you will do, I don't care if you haven't birthed a child in your life, you will volunteer in a public school that's closest to you because you are a taxpayer there, and you will participate in the decision making. And the first thing you will demand of the PTA is that the school leadership team give you the budget. And what you will do is follow the money as it comes from the feds, as it goes to the state, as it goes to the city, as it comes to your district. And if you want to run for office, run for the local school board, run for the city council dealing with education, and you will be able to defeat the Democratic Party because a large part of their budget comes from the money that comes to the state for education. That's where part of their war chest comes from. So you must swear to me tonight that you're going to do one of these three things, and then you're automatically a part of my committee. And the last thing you have to do to be able to be a part of our working committee is you have to commit to loving our children, loving our community, and loving yourself. That's the beginning of self-determination. Thank you.
Might I add, how does one do that? One does that by talking and communicating with your neighbors, the parents of this other children in your school. Is that so hard? But let me tell you, in Washington, D.C., there is no excuse for the bad schools except that the teachers are not relating to the parents and the children. They are not on the side of the people who they are supposedly serving. Now, that said, we're into the class struggle. And so therefore, relate to each other. You don't need anything else. Thank you for your time.
My name is Omali Ishitel, and I approve that message. I think that's really powerful. Guys, are you about to, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Hussein is going to make a statement, tell us how much money we raised, how much money you contributed to the Black is Back Coalition.
Uhuru Africans, Uhuru brothers and sisters, thank you very much. We were able to raise a total of $2,158. $853 of that is cash, and we had two people who wrote checks, one for $100 and the other for $25. There was one online donation for $30, and the brother Perry pledged $365, and another sister pledged $200. And I just got another pledge for $500, and somebody else gave us $25, cash. So the total we raised today is $2,158. And our goal was $3,000. So we would have been very happy to meet that goal. So those who are online, and if anybody in here wants to just make it even, we will be more than happy. So I know I don't have too much time, but anyway, before we leave here, like consider it. And those of you who are online, please keep on donating online, www.blackisbackcoalition.org. And you can always, I'm sorry? Right, to make our goal. So $832. So before we leave here, I think we might be able to do it. So let's get some more pledges online and people in here. And remember, the chairman said, anonymous, if you don't want us to, just pull me on the side and talk to me. Uhuru.
Yeah, it's me back again. But this time I'm talking about political prisoners. And I want everyone in this room to say the words, political prisoners. Let me hear it. Political prisoners. One more time. Political prisoners. Now, what you have just done is that you have transcended all negative distractions, all negative characteristics that get in the way of people being together. Because a political prisoner is a person who has given up their life for all of us. And when a political prisoner says or does to free us, to make our lives decent, then they are subject to the wrath of the man. Now, let me give you an example of political prisoners in America. We all know of the World Trade Center. Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman was falsely accused of having anything to do with that. And it's a long story, but I guarantee you, when the truth comes out, you will know he was falsely accused. And he was put in jail in America, in the death camps. And let's stop using these terms of jail. They are death camps for political prisoners. He was in with another political prisoner who had been in jail in the death camp, Leonard Peltier. And Leonard Peltier called Ramsey Clark, ex-attorney general, to help this tortured, blind sheikh from Egypt in this death camp. And they called the white anti-imperialist freedom fighter, Lynn Stewart, to go to the prison to deal with it. And she did. And she ended up in jail out of that visit. Now, what am I telling you? They were political prisoners. Leonard Peltier, 44 years. Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman, life from Egypt. Lynn Stewart, white anti-imperialist freedom fighter. All political prisoners, and they transcended age, gender, politics, etc. What they had in common is the desire to make the world a better place to live in for everyone. And when you know that we have political prisoners, there can be no excuse for not demanding of every leader, and I'm talking about religious leaders, cultural leaders, and these corrupt scoundrels that we call congressmen, etc. You cannot vote for them, not for Trump, not for Hillary, not for Jill, not for anyone who doesn't support the release of our political prisoners. And understand, all of these people in jail could have done very well without involving themselves in our children's liberation. They choose not to do so, and we have abandoned them. And it distresses me. I've gotten the time again. I've gotten the time signal again, but I'm going to finish with this. It distresses me to think of a community that would support a politician of any kind, that would support a priest, that would support a minister that does not support political prisoners support us. And I've heard, and I'll finish, I've heard people say, wow, Ralph, the political prisoners you're talking about use guns. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. We saw a picture of Asada over there. The gentleman who did that used guns. They were pretty slick. They didn't have to use the guns on that occasion, but they were known for using guns, and that's why they went to jail, to the death camps. That's why some of them have died in the death camps. And we can't talk. I feel like laughing every time I drive around Washington, D.C., and in every corner there's a white man on a horse, and we worship him because he fought a battle and won. Another sign of time. Understand that. Every corner of this country, they honor their warriors. What our excuse? What could possibly be our excuse? How do we allow those people to say those who carry guns shouldn't be supported? They should be supported more than anyone else. And surely you understand that the society around you does support their warriors. And it saddens me that anyone could be so fooled not to understand that our warriors must be supported before they die in these death camps. Personally, I am a cultural American. I believe in violence. Violence has to flow both ways. And that is the only way we're going to end violence, by being Americans. Do it both ways. And I think they say, Mao Zedong said, power goes through the barrel of a gun. But I'm an American culturally. And I'm going to look to an American for a statement. And Colt, anyone know what a Colt is? They named that pistol after a gentleman who made the Colt pistol, and he also made a rifle. And he said, your freedom didn't come from any Declaration of Independence. Your freedom came from the gun that I sell you. And our slavery came from that same gun. And I believe in getting out of a situation the same way we got into it. They brought us in with a gun. We got to get out with a gun. Don't ever forget it, and protect those who understood this and did this many years ago. Free all our political prisoners. Thank you for your time.
It was said that Malcolm X spoke to a large audience on one occasion, and he asked the audience for a show of hands of people who were willing to die for their freedom. And everybody raised their hand. And then he said, I'd like to see the hands of people who are willing to kill for their freedom. And only a couple of people raised their hands. And he said, well, what you should start with is killing those people who didn't raise their hands in order to get this thing moving in the right way. So I want to ask Brother Muteba to come up, and he's going to talk to us about something that's very important briefly. And then we're going to find a way to get out of here shortly as well. So Muteba, please come forward.
Uhuru. My name is Muteba Shinabawamunda, and I am the Secretary of Membership Coordinator for the Black is Back Coalition. I just want to say that given the level of organization and coherence of the political discussions that have occurred throughout this Black Self-Determination Convention, that there is clearly no legitimate or honest reason why African people should not have political power of our own lives, to determine our own destinies and secure a future for ourselves and our children. As it's been said before, the Black is Back Coalition is an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial organization, meaning we believe that it is imperialism that continues to suck the lifeblood of African and other colonized people in order to maintain this existing social system that is the basis for the oppression, misery, and poverty and despair that we experience today. Consequently, we believe that it's going to take as many of the almost 1.5 billion of us as possible coming together and fighting for genuine self-determination and independence to overturn our relationship that we have to imperialist white power and its state apparatus. So all of you should have this brochure. If not, you can meet me at that table to the right, where I can get you one, where you can fill out and choose to join the Black is Back Coalition as either an organization, a local state organization for just $50 annually, or a national organization for $150, or an international organization for an annual fee of $200. But if you are not associated with any sort of organization already, you can also join the coalition as a member. We have 1-year annual memberships for $25, 2-year annual memberships for $50, and a 3-year $75 annual membership. So I should be here. Also, you can join, there's an option to choose to participate in one of our many working groups, where you can immediately get involved in some of the work and campaigns that the Black is Back Coalition is already in the midst of forging, and with this Black political agenda, deepening our capacity to actually achieve those demands. So you can meet me at the chairman's table or either at the back. Thank you. Over.
What are you saying? What's up?
She said that once they have this for purchase, not for pass.
Oh, Uhuru. What's up with the time? Sure.
We have, it's 5:53. We have a little bit of time. We can do a question and answer, then we can do you speaking. Aaron's gonna talk to the guy downstairs to extend it.
Well, I don't know. So many people have left anyway. I mean, I just want to go ahead and thank everybody for. I just want to. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and participating in this convention, and I want to all of us to acknowledge those courageous sisters, especially, you know, the sisters who spoke yesterday, the sisters who were here on today. I think it's really clear, and we saw that early on in Ferguson too, the role that African women were playing in leading this struggle, in the front lines in this struggle. And just like they are in our lives, in the real world, in our communities, women. And this coalition is not one of the organizations that takes this backward stance that somehow, you know, Black men can't be Black men unless women are somehow in the background, etc. We recognize that there's not going to be any genuine freedom for our people that restricts or attempts to place any restrictions at all on the ability of women to be fully capable of expressing their political, economic, and social interests, not dependent on any individuals, but a process that's creating a whole different kind of society. And I just feel so good about these sisters, and particularly the fact that these are essentially working class women who usually don't even have a voice, you know, in the community anywhere. You don't read about them in the media until there's some slanderous article about some woman's child who has been taken from her one way or another. There's Sister Kunde, for example. There was one sister who spoke about how some of these social service organizations came and took her child because they didn't like the fact that the children were not vaccinated. And in order to get the children back, she was told that she had to take some kind of psychological test. The children had to take psychological tests. She had to be checked for drugs. I mean, a whole array of things. There's Sister Kunde, Mwamvita, whose 16-year-old daughter was drowned to death by the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department, along with her two 15-year-old girlfriends. And then they drown those girls, and then they slander the mother that she's a bad parent. This woman works 12 hours a day, gets up on the city bus 5 o'clock in the morning, riding to Taco Bell to work for 12 hours after she's got her 5 children dressed and in school and what have you. And then she's got to come back on the city bus and take care of the children too. And she is a bad parent, they said. The children were criminals, they said. And so they drowned those girls. So that these women, these working class women, these are no highfalutin big shots and what have you. They are people who are constantly slandered and have been defenseless because the revolutionary organizations that stood for freedom and power in this country were destroyed and crushed, and leaders were stuffed into prisons and chased into exile. So it's a new thing that's happening, and these women, I think, are representative of the rebirth of a revolutionary movement in this country. I want to acknowledge, speaking of women, Linda Leaks. A lot of y'all know Linda Leaks in Washington, D.C., who is a housing organizer, has been one, among other things, for a long time, but actually was a founding member of the African People's Socialist Party once upon a time. I understand that Sister Sharon Salam is here. Oh, there she is. All right. That's right. I want to bring her forward. Do you remember the case of the Central Park 5, where these 5 teenagers were accused of having raped and harmed this white woman? In fact, Donald Trump made the news around that case, didn't he? Yeah. Did he do a full-page ad or something, calling for those children to be destroyed? And this is Sister Sharon is the mother of Yusef Salam, one of the young men who was jailed and slandered and had to live with that for years after, and still living with it today. Come on up, Sister. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be very short. I got up this morning before 4 o'clock and came this way. And right now it's after 5, almost going on 6. So you know I've been up longer than 12 hours. And that's almost like how I felt when I was going through the struggle back and forth with my son. A little earlier in the day, I might have had a little more fire in the iron pot. But right now I'm tired, my back is hurting. You know how it be after you be out there and you're struggling here and you're running there and everywhere. Everybody have that same kind of impression. But I want to thank you all for having me up. And hopefully one day I'll be able to come and speak earlier when I have a little bit more fire in the pot. But thank you all so much. Good night.
I want to say that the coalition a few years ago provided a forum for Yusef Salam to also come and talk about that case. And so it's really important for that to have occurred. Brothers and sisters, again, this, in my view, was a historic convention of Black people. We had a splendid turnout. We had an extraordinary rally at Malcolm X Park. We said this was a 2-day convention, but it wasn't 2 days of sitting down kind of convention, because we got too much struggle that we're involved in. It's a convention of resistance. So the first day, we had an incredible rally at Malcolm X Park. And this march, people, you were in that march, and not just how good it was to see this long army of folk marching down the streets, but to see the expressions on the faces of African people when we are marching, they're saying, fist up, fight back. When we were saying, black is back. We were saying, black power, and the Africans there were startled, and you could see the thrill that people were experiencing as a consequence of our being there with that. That was something to behold. And also, it was a sector of the march was like a scene from the Battle of Algiers. Anybody in here ever see the movie A Battle of Algiers? Well, that was the struggle in Algiers was an extraordinary struggle because you had all these white people from France who had claimed Algeria to be their country and had pushed the Algerian Arabs out of the city. And they had all these lovely spots for themselves with outdoor cafes and what have you until the revolution hit. And that's what I was thinking, because the Arabs are in the Kasbahs, right? And they can't even occupy. They've been pushed out of their own cities. And here I am in Washington, D.C., that just a couple of years ago, Patrick Buchanan, reactionary, well, I can't say, the politician, a mouthpiece for white power, speechwriter for Richard Nixon and Ron Wilson Reagan, complaining about the change in this Washington, D.C. that he grew up with. And here he is, he's saying, going out and on the avenues, there are people out there beating bongos and what have you. And how horrible that was. And of course, what is happening is that the rulers of this country have long understood that it was a strategic, it was a fundamental security problem for the capital of the United States to be established in this 80% black population that's living under white domination forever. I was alive when they killed Martin Luther King, and the pictures of them having to put tanks around the White House because of the rage that was being expressed by African people in this city. That was something that they experienced as well. So there, of course, there's the whole economic thing that's involved in them cleaning out Washington, D.C. But believe me, there's a political basis for it too. They are trying to sanitize this situation so that the security contradictions that's associated with the capital of the worst white nationalist imperialist country on the planet, surrounded by all these black people. And I just feel like the minimum we got to do is bring the bongos out again. You understand? And I think we ought to, I really believe this sincerely. I live in a city now that might be, what, 15% African? But our plan is to make it black. And I ain't playing. You understand? I think we have to have this stance, you know, because I remember white people fleeing the cities. Y'all remember that? Getting the hell out of this, they call it what? White flight. And that was back in the 60s. And this is 2016. They were talking about flight then. I mean, there must be another faster mode of transportation than flight. And we need to look into that because white people need to leave these cities. And I mean that. I'm not joking, by the way. And you saw the expression on the faces of these white people. Did y'all see that? In the march. And especially when we said Hillary and Obama, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide because they've become comfortable with that Negro being here. That they smothered the voice of the African community with this pretext of a post-racial situation. So we said, black is back. And they were startled. That was one of the things that was really clear marching. So we had this incredible rally, march, and then people here are familiar with the pretext they wanted to use that somehow somebody with a gun or a knife might have been in Lafayette Park, so they were going to close it down. They tried to keep us out of Lafayette Park, but I think we had a great mobilization and great demonstration there as well. And this is the second day of the convention. And I believe that this entire process should put us on a different page, that we take back our movement, take back our struggle, take back our discussion from these Negroes who have been put in power. And this, you must understand this, that Sharpton didn't just show up, that the Jackal, anybody remember Jesse Jackal? Anybody remember Jesse Jackal? And Jesse Jackal, who built a career off the lie. When Martin Luther King was killed, Jesse Jackal caught an airplane, went into Chicago and had a television interview and said, "This is the shirt with the blood of Martin Luther King on it." Y'all remember that? That proved to be nothing but a lie. And of course, none of them can do anything but lie. They can't build a movement that's based on truth and justice, because that's a movement of struggle, of resistance. That belongs to the people. But they belong to white power. How can you end up being Clinton's ambassador to Africa, as Jesse Jackal was? And the damage that the Clintons have done on the continent of Africa. Anyway, this is ours today. And ordinary black working people are coming back into political life and leadership. And it's a great day. So we take this, let's take these 19 points. It's not just something to play with. We talked about black community control of the police. Well, the Panthers talk about black community control of the police. The JOMO, the organization I'm associated with, talking about black community control of the police. The African People's Socialist Party, going back from its inception, talking about black community control of the police. But one thing that makes this different is that it's not an organizational demand. It's a demand of the people. We're talking about taking this demand out and making a mass demand. It's an organization of an organization of organizations. That's where this demand is coming from. It's better and bigger than anything the Panthers could have done. It's better and bigger than anything JOMO could have done or the African People's Socialist Party could have done by ourselves. And so it's a really important step. And to say that we don't give a damn what the law says, that you cannot provide me with an explanation or an excuse of why our children can't have everything white children have. Ain't no explanation of that. If your children got, our children supposed to have more than that. I'm not joking. I mean, there can be no, don't tell me something about education. What the hell are you talking about education? When you were bringing us here, you didn't say nothing about education and what have you as a factor. You put us right to work building for you. And our children have a right to have every damn thing that's possible for anybody to have. Our children have a right to have that. And we have to say that. And we cannot allow them to frighten us and intimidate us with big words and things like that, right? You have to believe that. These are our 19 points on the platform. And I think that we should take it out into the world. Yeah, we want reparations. Want every damn thing with interest. Everything that you're stolen with interest. Want it all. Want every damn thing. That's my food in your refrigerator. You understand? That's food for our children that's been taken away. For all the children who were unable to be born as a consequence of being robbed forever. Want everything back with interest. And then we'll pass out job applications to the white population here. The little bottle you have to pee in, you know what I'm talking about, to get a job. The thing is that our people have suffered and struggled and have built an economy on stolen land. We built an economy on stolen land. And we don't say this easily because Trump talks about a wall, and then everybody says, ooh, Trump is a racist because he's talking about a wall. You missed the damn boat. The reality is that half of Mexico was stolen at gunpoint. What the hell are you telling about a wall? Let's talk about California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, you know, all of that. That's the Mexican land that you took at gunpoint, right? So don't tell me anything about Trump and a wall. And also, let's talk about Obama kicking out Mexicans left and right, as many as he can. That's the reality we are confronted with. So we're not Democrats, Republicans as such. We African people trying to make it in this world that the Democrats and the Republicans have created for us, and rejecting it. So, brothers and sisters, there were a number of organizations that participated in this process. I call on you to support those organizations. They came into this coalition, and sometimes when it was really unpopular to even take a stance to say something about that left-handed guy in the White House. It was unpopular to even say anything about him, and these forces, they came into this coalition. And so I think that in this coalition helping to create this national Black political agenda for self-determination is extremely important. Look into them, look at their organizations. They're talking about self-determination. That's a critical question. And I think you should look at the working groups of the coalition. Sister Betty, Comment Rev, they need people in these working groups so that we can push the education and issue, so that we can push the issue of Black political prisoners. These comrades are people who laid down their lives for you, for me. They laid down their lives. That's part of what it made it necessary for them to put a Barack Hussein Obama in the White House. Obama should be kissing their asses, even as he opens the doors to these political prisoners, right? So I just think it's really important that we recognize that we need people to work in these working groups. Do something. And the same thing is true with reparations. And if you don't want your money back, sign it over to me. There's a lawyer in the back someplace. You sign it over to me because I want it. You understand? And of course, we don't mean money for individuals. We're talking about really, the whole social reconstruction that we have to be involved in. And that's serious business. And I remember when we first got involved in the reparations struggle. There are people now who are reparation stars. They're stars today. But they considered us a part of a lunatic fringe for demanding reparations. We say, hell, you crazy because you ain't demanding reparations. And we decided, I thought Sister Lisa had left. She did, okay. When we got involved in the reparations question, it was something that only a handful of people were doing in this country. Queen Mother Moore, the sweetheart of the reparations question, our darling, our Queen Mother Moore. But then there were other people who called themselves doing reparations work. They had nice briefcases and things like that, and they would go and they would try to get legislation passed, and they would go and they would try to get the United Nations to do this and that. And we say, all right, that's well and good. But if reparations is going to happen, it's going to happen because it is a demand of the masses. We say our objective is to make reparations a household word. And then we began a process. We held the first tribunal on reparations for Black people in this country in Brooklyn, New York in 1982. And we had, for 12 years in a row after that, we had reparations tribunals all around the country. We couldn't even there were certain so-called Black nationalist organizations said they believe in reparations. We tried to pull them into this process of fighting for reparations. We say all of us believe in reparations, let's work for that. But it didn't work like that, but we did that. And many of the people who are stars, or some of them anyway, in the reparations movement today, they got their start in this process that I'm talking about. I'm right there in New York. You know some of them. Sister Nellie. First reparations meeting they came to, we organized in New York. Ain't that right or wrong day? Uhuru. So the reparations question is a critical question. And one of the reasons reparations is so critical, it takes African people off the defensive. Because they tell us all the time how white people, we're living off the welfare of white people. We're saying white people live off the welfare of Africans for more than 400 damn years. And so when you talk about reparations, It means that you're explaining this relationship that we have to white power. You're talking to people who don't know anything else about politics, etc., but they work you like a dog. They work your ancestors like a dog. All the resources that they got has come as a consequence of labor from us and our ancestors, and we don't have anything, and they got every damn thing from that. You don't have to have a degree in political science or economics to understand that, right? And so the reparations demand is a very powerful demand. And as we said, international law today, as a consequence of a movement that we started a long time ago. So there's a lot of stuff that we want people to work on these working groups. There are important working groups, healthcare working group, important working groups. And let's take this platform, this national political agenda for self-determination out into the world. And the world will embrace us to the extent we are capable of taking this agenda out. I want to thank everybody for coming out. This has been the Black political agenda for self-determination. And the meeting is now, as they say in Houston, Texas, adjourned. Black is back. Black is back. Black is back. Black is back. God damn, black is back. Woo, on Howard University. All right, Uhuru.